Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Trash Comps. Hello, Cool Doge. BoomU22, thank you for the sub, very much appreciated. And Good Boy George and Choppy Cat, hello, hello. Slurgy after the Spire got through with him last stream, it's true. It was a rough one. It was a rough one last stream, last week. But today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Hello, C-Roy7. So normally, my way of playing the Spire is a fairly fast intuition, click, go, click, go, click, go. Occasionally I'll stop and ponder over interesting decisions, usually on the card reward screen, to sort of weigh my options, because those are pretty important. But what I haven't done with Spire 2 yet is show a not dramatically, but somewhat altered way of playing. Roxanne, it's me, C-Roy7 and Fosty254. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. So what are we going to be doing today? All right. We're going to be playing Spire 2. Nothing fancy. Same base Ascension 10, you know, I'm going to start with Ironclad and rotate through the characters. But there's going to be a camera 1, camera 2 situation. Camera 1, the Spire. The screen you see right here. Camera 2. I'm going to be showing you what I'm looking at. There is a Spire 2 reference, which you can get from the chat command, ! reference, where what we're going to be doing is taking a moment to, at least in cases where it makes sense, calculate out the correct line of play, or the most probabilistically correct line of play, in situations where we can easily calculate it just with a calculator. We're not going to be doing anything too crazy. Right? You could, technically, you know, write a, like I could, you could sit and write a little Python script to see how your deck's, you know, gonna shuffle and the different outcomes based on exactly what the enemy's attacks are and whatever. Like, or something like that, right? You could programmatically determine these things. Susie likes that. I'm not, you know, that's not the level of extreme I'm talking about. And you'll see what I'm talking about in a moment. But we're gonna be referencing this sheet and the attack patterns of enemies to basically outline what we're going to be doing in the battles themselves, in the combats. And we're also going to be keeping track of some things that we want to make sure we know, which are our remove cost for removing a card from the shop, which relics we've seen to see how that might influence decisions in the future, and then what our potion chance is at any given moment. And some of these are based on, at least the potion chance is based on an assumption that Spire 2 works the same way as Spire 1. I think it works actually slightly different apparently, but whatever, that's all right. Vance Lightning, hello, hello. Manually keeping track of potion chance, yeah, that's all right. We can do it. It's not a problem. Yeah, notepad stream. So we're gonna have those screens up. As I look at them, you'll look at them. Oh, and also notably, just a calculator. Sometimes I'm going to pull up a calculator. We're going to do some basic math. Nothing more than addition, maybe subtraction, possibly multiplication. Nothing more than that. Did I just hear no pan stream? Yeah, you don't know what's below the camera. All right, and so without further ado, let's get this first run started. I'm going to need tilted Slurgy stream again, so put those away. I mean, if I fall on my face, I'm going to be tilted. Okay, so we're going to look through these options with maybe a bit more care than normal. Still got that screenshot of Slurgy showing us his leg. Did I do this? Nah, can't be real. All right, we're going to be facing the Soulfish, and we're in the underdogs. So before we even look at our rewards, let's talk about the one piece of information that we know for sure, other than, you know, the potential boons. What does the Soulfish do? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. So we're going to be in the Act 1 underdogs. And so the first 3 combats we know are limited to these specific encounters. And we are going to be facing the Soulfish. Now, what I'm also going to do, I forgot to mention this. I'm going to give 2 numbers before each combat. as soon as we know what the enemy is. I'm going to give an estimate of how much HP I think I will lose in the fight in a typical case. And then I'm going to give kind of what I think the worst case scenario is, just to sort of check my intuition, right? I might be way off, but I think just saying it out loud, committing to a number, and then seeing how close that is going to be a pretty useful exercise, because that's a big part of the intuition you need to build to play more quickly as you just like zip around and kind of make paths on the map. All right, so let's take a look at the soulfish. What does the soulfish do? All right, and all of our numbers that we're going to be looking at are the red text. So soulfish, where are you, soulfish? Oh no, is that, hold up, soulfish. Okay, soulfish. So he's going to have 221 hit points. And first we're going to look at his pattern. Attack pattern fades through beckon, degas, gaze, fade, scream. Right, so beckon, degas, gaze, fade, scream. And we'll just keep doing that. Okay. It looks like so those are in order, right? So beckon, we're going to get one of those statuses in our draw and discard. Then just an attack. An attack with a status put in the discard. Gaining 2 intangible. And then on the intangible turn, he's going to attack and apply 3 vulnerable. Okay. So, I mean, I think, you know, I know how that enemy works in general, but it's kind of nice to see that on screen. We may be able to plan our turns based on that when the time comes. So, our options are Arcane Scroll, Lost Coffer, and Scroll Boxes. And this is where there's not going to be a ton of calculation we can meaningfully do. But we can kind of talk about what the act could look like and what the routes are most likely going to be, right? So looking at this big picture wise, I am currently still under the assumption, and I'm going to ride with this, even though I think this tends to deviate from what other people believe is true, but I don't. And that is, I want to avoid late act hallway fights. I want to try to get as many elites as I can in, and I think that events are, generally speaking, good. Right, so I think the value prop for events is higher than late act hallway fights. Late act hallway fights kind of suck. That's what I'm going to roll with for how I plan on approaching this act. So let's see, what's a good route for this? I think a route that I see that I kind of like is, so looking at this, so looking at the right side, we have a guaranteed elite fight here that we may not safely be powerful enough by the time we reach it. None of the initial rewards feel like they probably get us there. So I'm going to avoid that route. However, when I kind of look at the left side, if we kind of trace it back, starting at the boss, right? So this is a guarantee. I'd like to try to fight this elite. And when I look down the right side, what I see is something kind of nice. A fire right before the elite. Those are generally good because, and this elite is dodgeable in case things are really bad. Letting us either upgrade a key card or take a nap. Sometimes a boy's just got to take a nap. But I see a similar thing where there is a campfire right before an elite. Again, generally speaking, I think that's pretty good. So then tracing this down, we reach this sort of, I don't know, collision point. 2 elites could be nice. Yeah, 2 elites could be nice, and I think the Ironclad is generally fairly capable of it. The Chaucer, hello, hello. Plaguebird, welcome, welcome. And so I also think that 99 gold is not really enough for a shop to be sufficient value, but an early shop can still be okay. It's just kind of disappointing when you enter the shop and you're like, ah, all these things we can't have. And the shop otherwise doesn't, you know, do anything. So I'm obviously not going to go to 2. Now we could go to 1, considering the fact that there is basically guaranteed to be no shop later. 1 early shop could be okay. And so I feel like this particular route, going to this 1 shop, is probably ideal. Now, what this means with this particular route is we are going to face some of those late act hallway fights, which I said I didn't like, but I still think this is the best route, right? So now looking at this route again, let's sort of recheck our starting options. And truth be told, I kind of feel like Ironclad has enough either sort of do nothing or disappointing rares that a random rare can be a bit of a whiff. Where I'm kind of tempted to do just a card reward and a random potion. I feel like that's fine. Yeah, there's a shop later on the left side. And we could do that, right? We could do that. And that would be a alternative to the path down here. I like getting the relic before the second elite, or the first elite rather. And I also like the prospect of just maybe spending some of that gold early. If you're having Ironclad problems, I feel bad for you, son. Got 99 gold, but an elite 81. That's right. So I'm kind of leaning towards the Lost Coffer. Gain 1 card reward and procure 1 potion. I feel like this is the most, gives us the most control of our destiny. Scroll boxes, boy, has that disappointed me. Though scroll boxes could be an option, and then simply we just don't go past the shop. But man, scroll boxes has been awful. Trade more potential gold for a late shop could end up on that left side path with 3 different relics. Potentially, right? So if we had enough gold by the time we went to the shop, you're saying we could purchase a relic there if it's good. Maybe. I feel like we're at a lot of mercy of good card rewards to be able to get there. Yeah, elite plus chest shop. Yeah, three elites like right in a row right there. I mean, that's true, but I think that's a little ambitious and we don't need to be that ambitious. And it's also pretty locked in. Right, once we're set here, we're set. I guess that's true here too, but yeah, we could make that call at the fork in the road. But if I go to this early shop and we spend the money, it's probable that we just continue on. But we'll see. We'll see. So I'm gonna go with this option here. Duplicator potion is very nice. Infernal Blade, Bully, and Conflagration. So again, there's not going to be a ton we can calculate, but we can at least think, right? So we're facing Soulfish. We're going to be planning on fighting some elites. And so if we're planning on fighting some elites, oh, it's time to reference the sheet. All right, so we're in the underdogs. And if we're looking at the elites that are in the underdogs, as a reminder, we've got the Skulking Colony, which is the 4 tentacle eels. That's like you want some sort of AoE. Ideally, you don't kind of have to. I don't really, and people seem to not like this fight very much. I think it's not that bad. The Phantasmal Gardeners, or excuse me. Sorry, that's the Phantasmal Gardeners that I was just talking about. The Skulking Colony is the one where you can only do 15 damage per round. And you're kind of guaranteed to take some amount of damage unless you've got really good block. And then the Terror Eel, where as long as you can burst damage once you break him past his half hit point period, you're in pretty good shape. But I feel like these elites are ones that to me feel quite sharp or divergent, like you're a marble on top of a hill. Once you've got like a certain amount of deck power, they become not that bad, but if you don't, ooh, they can be a little rough. Maybe that's true of the overgrowth elites too. I don't know. Okay, so do any of these elites make a particular difference in those fights? Conflagration could be nice for the Phantasmal Gardeners. I kind of think this card sort of sucks though. Bully can be nice because the 2 additional damage for each vulnerable on the enemy, if you've got this on the same turn as Bash, an attack for 0 that hits for 8 but then still benefits from vulnerable, it's pretty nice. There's lots of sources of vulnerable on the Ironclad. And most of the combats, especially at the beginning, are just single target attacks or single combats. Infernal Blade, you know, giving you a random attack in your hand. In Spire 1, I don't know, you know, again, I'm not like particularly good at Spire 1, to be clear. But, like, you know, thinking about that card in Spire 1, I don't know that it was too beloved. What is this? Have I never taken a Dark Embrace? I guess not. Anyway, there's lots of expensive cards in this pool that do pretty good damage. Infernal Blade also pairs well with some of the exhaust-based things that Ironclad can get. Maybe Infernal Blade's not bad. I feel like there's fewer bricks in Spire 2. Yeah, there's really not that many bad, right? So if we look at the attacks here, like, is there any attack that we are disappointed to see? Cinder situational, very situationally. Spite situationally. But most of the other ones are pretty all right. Yeah, Twin Strike is a disappointment, but not dramatically so. Sounds like full sweat mode going on here. That's going to be the plan. That's going to be the plan. Infernal Blade is probably a little more flexible for like thinking about Ironclad's overall card pool. Let's try it. And again, we're also going to be tracking potion chance, shop remove cost, etc. Relic scene. Right now, this is all exactly as is, but we're going to be updating this as we go along. All right, so we're going to enter the first combat. And what am I going to do? We're going to give an estimation of how this fight's going to go. But first, of course, we're going to look at what they do. All right, so we got our two toad poles here. So front toad pole starts with Spikin. Non-front toad pole starts with Whirl. Then continue Spike Spit, Whirl, Spikin. Spike Spit, Whirl, Spikin. All right. So basically, they're going to gain their thorns, then do their multi-attack, where they lose the thorns, and then do a single damage attack, right? So that's just what they're all going to do. And so we know that there is one off turn. So that's going to be part of what we're going to calculate. All right, so if we're looking at this front toad pole, he's doing his Spikin. So he's going to be, you know, not doing anything this turn. Next turn, it'll be this one. This is turning into a banana eating stream. What was the name of the guy that played hella slow? Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about. No, we're not going to be sitting here slowly eating a banana. It's going to be faster than that, and it's going to speed up as time goes on. But so thinking about like the damage numbers, this is exactly 4 strikes to kill this front toad pole. Whereas this back one is just a little more hit points than that, right? So he's not 4 strikes. He's more than that. We also could think of where this guy the break points are for like bash, strike, win by coin flip, hello, right? So once an enemy is vulnerable, the strikes are going to do 1.5 times damage, so they'll do 9. We just got our base deck right now. And of course, there's the variable Infernal Blade. So looking at our cards in hand here, and looking at our draw pile, you know, our most likely number of defense next turn is going to be 2. And so we're going to be probably, depending on what Infernal Blade creates, if it creates a card, you know, determining what to do on that turn. If, assuming we have it, right? It could still be in the final 2 of the shuffle. And so I think we're going to attack this front one. And we're going to hit him for 12 and then block. There's a reasonable chance we'll be able to kill him. Now the downside is if we do like 2 defends, Ascender's Bane, bash, strike, we're not going to be able to kill him without, you know, doing like bash, strike, right? So we're going to take damage to the thorns. We won't be able to block it, but we'll see. So we're going to take 3. Oh, and how much damage do I think I'll take in the fight? Most likely 6? probably 6-ish is probably the average, but it could be as bad as 10. I'll write those down so I don't have to remember them, but that's what I'm thinking. So we're at 64. We'll see how accurate that ends up being. And I don't plan on using a potion, right? Aha, okay, so this is like literally the exact hand I was just talking about. So there's two different ways. Now this is a interesting decision point. All right. We could bash, strike, and kill. Benjamin, hello, hello. Hello, Sludgy, long time no see. No, long time no see indeed. Welcome, welcome. So we get bash, strike, take 4, take the enemy out. Totally valid line. I think there's probably basically 2 lines. There's either that or the full block. Now, this Toadpole is going to be attacking just like this one did in his upcoming turn. And so this is one that we could maybe sit and calculate based on like all the different potential outcomes of Infernal Blade. I'm not taking it that far. I'm not taking it that far. But then thinking of the proportion of like strikes and defense in the deck, you know, most likely the shuffle there, given it'll be in Sender's Blade and Infernal Blade. You know, we're looking at 4 defense total among those cards that are remaining. So there will be one, possibly only one, most likely one, what would be the number, like 1.8 or whatever defends in the draw. So I think my intuition is actually saying probably to just kill this thing. I think that'll be the most likely optimal outcome. Because he is going to, on the next turn, do just like his base attack, right? So it is the 3rd turn against the Toadpoles that's really bad if you haven't killed one. Because you've got a multi-attack going on here, and then a single target attack going on here, and you're going to take damage with the starter deck. So let's just kill him. All right, we're gonna see what the Infernal Blade pops up. Whirlwind. That's terrible. That's terrible. All right, so now let's calculate from here. There is worst case scenario. Next turn we get 2 defends in hand, right? So no, worst case scenario is 1, right? Worst case scenario is 1. Sorry, that's pretty unlikely. So we'll go with like what's reasonably likely. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the defend and no strikes, no extra attacks. Right, so we're gonna full block because next turn he's going to be buffing up, and we'll be able to do 17 damage to him next turn, and then under normal circumstances we'll be able to finish him off next turn. Right? Yeah, we will be. Right, so what would be the other way? We could do 15 damage instead of 17. We could do 12 plus 5. We could do 17. That way, so let's just do 17 and leave him vulnerable. It doesn't matter, right? So now we just need 1 block and 1 defend. Okay, so started at 64, ended the fight with 50. Took 14 points of damage. That's pretty awful, actually. But notably, that is now not a fight that we will see in the next 2 fights. Right, we're going to be with either the 2 Corpse Slugs, the Sea Punk, or the Sludge Spinner. Only 8? Well, okay, we healed. Right, so we heal 6 because of our Burning Blood, but took, 14 points of damage. And so, I don't know, what I would like to see, ideally, in our card rewards here is something that can let us exhaust cards, because we're going to be facing the Soulfish, and that's just nice, and it's good in general, and that is a slight motivating factor for picking the Infernal Blade that we picked previously, right? We want to build into some sort of exhaust synergies because we're facing the Soulfish, at least at the end of Act 1. And this is the only card from that previous reward screen that did it. And it's the same deal here. And it's either the Infernal Blade or the Blood Wall. I don't know, I could grab a second Infernal Blade. I don't really see a problem with multiple copies of that. Seems fine to me. And do we still want to go this way towards the shop? I think so. Okay. So what are some things we have here? I see some things that I like. So Stampede is a really nice card, just in general. I see an Ashen Strike, which again, Ashen Strike will play into what the Ironclad often wants to do anyway, what the Ironclad especially wants to do against this Act Boss, and kind of what we're already doing, which is to exhaust cards. Right, this card is not particularly good right now. It's not bad, but I think there's really high upside. This is a great card. I've been very impressed by this card, its performance. Stampede won't work with the Infernal Blade, right? Because it won't play the fetched card. It'll be sort of pointless with Infernal Blade until the shuffle, is maybe a better way of putting it. Yeah, Fight Me is kind of a cute card. I do like Fight Me, but I like Ashen Strike better, actually. Oh, here's what we forgot to do. Hold on. Potion chance. 50%. We're also going to make note of the relics that we see here, so we know we won't see them again. Bag of Marbles, Vajra, and the Toolbox. You like Bloodletting? Oh, I love Bloodletting. I think Bloodletting is a great card, an absolutely wonderful card, one of the best in Ironclad's card pool, and one that we certainly want to take if we can manage to get an Inferno. I feel like Inferno and Bloodletting are critical cards almost to like a long-term Ironclad strategy. At least that's what I've found. But I'm gonna go with the Ashen Strike and the Armaments. I think an Armaments is still fine. Do you see the new Reforged update? I have seen it. I have not played it yet. But what are some other things we could consider here, right? We'll have plenty of opportunities for potions before the Elite. And in fact, we'll have an opportunity probably to use one in a hallway fight leading up to it. Impatience is kind of interesting with the Infernal Blades because we can choose to not pop them, right? On the same turn where we like draw the Impatience. It's kind of interesting. I don't think that's, you know, this is not a thing we're going to buy, but something to think about, to consider. And then card remove is of course here for us, but right now card remove is fairly low value. You know, we're removing strikes, but the amount of cards we have better than strike is so few that it's not super high value. By the way, the potion chance after an elite is apparently unclear. Yeah, I heard that, right? So it's an extra 15%. And so we're still going to update the potion chance as though that didn't happen, but it resets at the start of each act. So if it's not perfect, that's okay. Usually, like, if I'm calculating or considering the potion chance when thinking about like the route through the act or like whether to use a potion, it's kind of in response to doing the elite in the first place as opposed to like the reward after the elite. So I'm a little less concerned by it, but yeah, that is true. I also read that win by coin flip. So I'm gonna go with Armaments and Ashen Strike. Armaments is like a big maybe. Maybe I don't do Armaments, but I think an Armaments is pretty okay. We just want to add power to the deck, right? So let's move on to the next one. It also helps us keep a little more in balance between offensive and defensive cards, which I think is good. Okay. Sludge Spinner. Sludge Spinner is here. So let's take a look. I mean, worst case, you estimate the chance to be 20% lower than it actually is. Not the worst. Yeah, it's fine. Right. Okay, so Sludge Spinner is going to start with Oil Spray, then choose randomly between all allowed moves each turn. Cannot use any move twice in a row. Okay, So this is one that doesn't cycle through things necessarily, but just does stuff randomly. So we're going to be weak next turn. Something to lock in the old bean. We're going to be weak next turn, and then it's just going to be either doing 12 or 7 and gaining strength. And could go back to the attack that gives us weak. And it'll do it just randomly. So, how much damage do I think I'll lose in this fight? At least 9. Looking at our draw pile and thinking about how much we've got for block and the different attacks that are coming up. You know, he's never going to attack for more than 12 until he gains some strength. So, honestly, I would expect to lose... Probably get hit a little bit more than this. Probably like one turn where we do an extra bit of attack. I'm gonna guess probably 12 hit points. And best case scenario, I guess, is just 9. That is possible. All right, so the Ashen Strike and the regular strike are gonna do the exact same amount of damage. Womp womp. Whoa. That's a shuffle. So it's going to be gaining a strength and doing a huge attack. Yowza. So we get Unrelenting. What else do we have? Thrash. Okay. Do we have Lethal? We might. Right, so we're going to be able to do 12 plus 12. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it went down to 47. So I actually only took 9. Okay. Okay, Thunderclap, Bully, and Rupture. Not loving these options. Right now the deck is not leaning much into like vulnerability type things, and I don't think probably will, which would make these two fine. And then Rupture is like, you know, the self-harm thing, and I think I don't think you want to pick up a preemptive Rupture, but Rupture is obviously like really good once you've got Inferno rocking and rolling. So we're gonna have 3 more fights coming up here. We're gonna have 1 more in the like lower tier of fights. So we have a 50-50 chance of facing a fight where an AoE attack will be handy, just like in the next singular fight. Can the spreadsheet line that is for the mobs fit on screen in the bottom right? Like on screen right now? Probably not. I guess I'm not sure. Like, could it fit as an overlay up top? Not reasonably, I don't think. I think it would. Yeah, I think it would cover stuff up. Understanding that switching back and forth is a little annoying. I mean, Bully's a 0 cost attack, which I guess is fine. I'm gonna click the Bully, but I don't feel great about it. And our potion chance goes from 50 to 60%. Okay, so we're facing the 2 Corpse Slugs. Let's take a look at what they do. Oops, yep. What's on the bottom right that has value that would be covered up? Like in the regular screen? Like my cards? Discard pile, the enemies? I guess I'm not sure which area you're... I guess I don't understand what you have imagined, the Chaucer. Okay, so let's look at what these guys do. So this is going to be one where they alternate in a circle, right? So they cycle through Whip Slap, Glomp, and Gloop. Wow. So the front one's doing the Whip Slap. and the back one's doing glomp. So they're going to do multi-attack, single attack, and then frail. Multi-attack, single attack, frail. Multi-attack, single attack, frail. But notably, this enemy, when you take one out, the other becomes stunned, eating his friend? Kind of gross. So we can take advantage of that. Like 4 Accelerines, bottom light. Oh, I mean, I could... I see what you're saying. Yeah, I could, but I think it's okay. I am not gonna be able to manage that right now with what I set up ahead of time. But maybe for next time. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. But this thing at the bottom is going to change sizes as we draw more cards. So I think it's a pretty limited window. I think it would have to go like up here somewhere. And the size of that's going to change. I don't think there's an easy way for me to cleanly put those both on screen at the same time reliably. Okay, so this guy's going to be going to the frail, and this guy's going to be going to the single target attack. So next turn, we're only going to be getting attacked for 9. So I think we can probably block here. So then there's a matter of when do we want to attack? And which one do we want to attack? Right? So I think ideally you take one slug out when the other is on their turn where they're debuffing you. At least with this deck, with this amount of damage we have. So what I think that means is this guy's going to be debuffing us next turn, and this guy's going to be doing the regular attack, and the front one will debuff on the third turn. That's likely when we will be able to have enough damage to be able to get a kill, especially if we do armaments and buff up the defend. So I'm going to attack the back one. I think will be the correct play based on that. Oh yeah, and how much damage are we going to take? I'm not going to look at the screen. Probably like 6. That's my guess. We took 2 already. We're at 53. Whirlwind is here. Wow, that's terrible. Okay, so if we full block here, we can do 6 damage to this back guy, which will put him at 16. Are we always able to do 16 damage? Yes. Right, so I think we always full block. Are we always able to do 17 damage? Also, yes. So I think we full block, and then we just go ahead and Whirlwind for 0. Did I already... Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that's true. I was playing the Infernal Blade. Was playing the Infernal Blade correct, since you probably wanted to full block anyway? No, it costs 1, but it's probably correct to play. The Whirlwind was just a terrible result. Right, I think we play this one. Okay, uppercut. Yeah, we're good here. Yeah, Infernal Blade giving you an X cost is like the worst case scenario, and that has happened to us twice. There's only one possible choice. There's only one thing where we get an X cost card. Pretty incredible. So if we do the uppercut here, then we could kill with Bully and then Ashen Strike the front boy. Would there be a world where we'd want to do this differently? Maybe. All right, so we could do 15 plus 6, which would be 21. So I don't think so. I think we do this, and we just do the Bully to do 9. We should be able to kill the front one next turn. I feel like it should be an X+1 if it's free. Should we give feedback to the devs? Okay, so our potion chance now, notably, before we do anything else, now goes down. We gained a potion, goes down to 50%. Second Wind, Anger, and Bully. I like Second Wind here a lot. Second Wind is going to be very good against the Soulfish. Second Wind is going to be something that can give us common ground, I guess, with Infernal Blade to gain benefit from, say, like a Feel No Pain or a Dark Embrace or whatever. So I feel like Second Wind is just the best choice here. Anger is also good, right? I think Anger is fine. Second Wind has far more long-term upside, and I think it's still good within the act. And I don't think we're desperate for a better card, so let's take it. We are now out of the easy pool fights. So we're now entering 2 more difficult fights for these 2. So what could those be? Let's reference the spreadsheet. So here's our set of hard pool combats. Now this is a much longer list, so we'll just look at it super quickly. But we could either face 3 Corpse Slugs, which is just the same as the previous fight, but there's 3 of them. The Calcified Cultist and the Damp Cultist. That's going to be a real bear of a fight if we face that. They do some damage scaling. Living Fog, which is the one where you can't play more than 1 skill, and he's making little dibbles. Fossil Stalkers, the enemy that like gains a little bit of strength. Goblin Merc, oof, that's going to be a tough one. Haunted Ship, that's just a tough single target kind of enemy. Same with the Punch Construct. Sewer Clams, just like a make sure you can have consistent block. Calcified Cultist and a Sea Punk, boy, that's also hard. And the Two-Tailed Rats. All right, these are all going to be fights where we lose health with the deck as is. Unless we get something really good with Infernal Blade. But we can use a potion, most likely. All right, the Sewer Clam. Honestly, this fight, not that bad. The Sewer Clam's not that bad. Relative to other options. Okay. So he starts with a bunch of plating, and he's just going to alternate between Pressurize and Jet. So what does that mean? Gain 4 strength, deal 11 damage. Gain 4 strength, deal 11 damage. So then it'll go 11, 15, 19. You know, we add 4. You get it. So there is a bit of a interesting thing going on, right? Where his plating armor will go down each turn, because that's just what it does. Because that's how it works. But then his damage is going to be going up, alternating every turn as well. What do you have 2 numbers for? That's just what the spreadsheet has. The one that is in parentheses with the red text is what applies at Ascension 9, I guess. So we're always looking at the higher number. So keeping in mind we got a 50% chance of getting a potion, so not unreasonable to use one. I don't think it's necessarily worthwhile this turn. We probably just play the Infernal Blade and see what happens. Now we're going to take 11 by doing so, which is not good. Unless it's an attack that gives, you know, an enemy weak or something like that. So it could be a reasonable line to play the Second Wind and only take 6 if, but only if, we think we're able to do sufficient damage to kill this enemy probably within 4 turns, right? Or I suppose on our 5th turn before it does its 5th attack, right? We can let it do the attack after this one. Right, so on round 3, where we would, on average, take 5 or 10, somewhere in that range. Infernal Blade, baby, let it ride. I actually think probably the answer is to not play the Infernal Blade then, because I think if we play the Second Wind, the most likely scenario is that we're able to, so looking at the amount of damage that we have in the deck and the amount of hit points it has, and also it's depleting plating armor. So it's going to attack this turn, and then have a rest turn, then attack turn 3. We're going to have to block that one. Then turn 4, it's going to be buffing, and we just have to kill it on turn 5, which I think is about right. That's about what I expect. So I actually think that trying to block for 5 is probably correct here. And I think we'll take 6 here in this first turn, and we'll probably get hit one more time, and we'll get hit one more time for essentially either 5 or 10. Kind of equal probability-ish between those two. And may use a potion here. Ooh, that's a terrible draw. Okay. Rough one. And we didn't even... Ooh, rough. What happens if you duplicate the blade? You just get two random attacks. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Pretty bad draw. And for our vulnerable to be at the bottom, sort of sucks. I don't know. I'm curious to see the Infernal Blade results. Again, this is where we could like really sit and look through all of the attacks and get a feeling for whether they can be better than the bash or not, or things like that, or whether they can apply vulnerable or weak, etc., etc. I'm not going to go to that extent. We're just going to take the 10. We're going to take the 5. So then is it worth playing the bash? It might be, because we're not going to be able to do that much damage next turn, and we kind of have to kill. So then we have the option of playing the duplicator. And so I would play it on maybe even the Iron Wave. Is that too greedy? Probably. Yeah, probably too greedy. But it's only a 50% potion chance. These are good ones, but they're easily replaceable. I guess one other option that I could have done would have been before playing the Infernal Blade here. I could have done the Blessing of the Forge. Made it so that we were guaranteed to be able to play the bash and the defend, and an upgraded defend at that. But I didn't. Still could upgrade the Iron Wave if I wanted. The Blessing of the Forge is kind of interesting because it would make Bash apply 3 vulnerable, which is kind of exactly the amount that we need to kill before like the start of his turn on like turn 5. So maybe that's still worth doing. And then we'll have some upgraded attacks to draw in the shuffle. Okay. And good, we've got enough. And it was that Blessing of the Forge that got us there. Yikes. Okay. And we gained a potion, right? So our potion chance goes down from 50 to 40. So you can see how that sort of normalizes to 50, right? So that's sort of a thing you can sort of lock in your brain is you've got about a 50% chance of getting a potion if you don't know what your current potion chance is. That's usually good enough. Okay, Molten Fist, Shrug It Off, and Bully. I think the deck is kind of okay with a shrug. I feel like we have maybe got a little bit heavy on attacking cards, where another defensive card is pretty good. And it's a defensive card that can help us find an offensive card if what the deck really needs is an attack. Molten Fist is also fine. It does exhaust. It does a decent amount of damage. I think it's a good card. And I think both of these are reasonable options. Barely leaning towards the shrug, again, just to put the deck in a little bit more balance. So I'm going to pick it. And we're going to stay on this path. Aha! The Gremlin Merc. Let's take a look at the spreadsheet. Okay. So what's this guy do? Cycles through Gimme, Double Smash, and Hee Hee. Okay. Gimme double smash and hee hee. Wow, what great, I don't know. It's good. Okay. So it's going to be doing 16 damage, then 14 damage making us weak, and then 9 damage and gaining 2 strength. So it is a scaling enemy. Scales pretty slowly, but still scaling. That's actually true of lots of enemies in Spire too, is like very slow scaling, but reliably very slow scaling. Very few that like sit dormant. I don't know. There's nothing scales quite like the Book of Stabbing, but everything scales a little bit. Kind of interesting. And then the 2 little minions it makes, one of them's gonna flee and try to steal our money, and the other just like does a little basic attack. He's kind of a wimp. What have you walked into? Party. Okay, so looking at this fight, how much damage do I think we're gonna take? Oh God. What's our current potion chance? Current potion chance is 40. Oh, I suppose reasonably likely to take 15 damage. That's my guess. And then we'll heal the 6. And I also think the fight will go long enough where the regen potion will be fine. So I'm just gonna drink it. I think that's a pretty safe bet. So one option with armaments is we could upgrade the Infernal Blade before we play it, which would mean we're able to play the defend, and then whatever this card is, which would let us block for 15, which would be pretty good. We've added enough power to the deck that I think we're pretty okay in doing that. I think that's not terrible here. We do want to get some damage in, right? So I don't want to just like... We could also, another line would be to play the Infernal Blade, see whatever attack it creates, and then upgrade that. But then we can't, you know, you can't retroactively be like, oh, takesy backsies, I didn't want to do that. Right? But then we could play the Infernal Blade, use an armaments on the defend, which would give us 3 additional block instead of essentially saving 5 block to give us that option. All right, so we could play armaments on Infernal Blade, make it free, and we're able to block for 15. We could play the Infernal Blade, and then if it's worth upgrading, we do. If it's not, then we upgrade a defend, and then instead of blocking for 15, we will simply block for 13. I feel like I like the option of maybe upgrading the Infernal Blade attack so that we can try to kill him within 3 turns. Unrelenting. What does that do when upgraded? Just go to 16 damage, is that right? Relent. 18. Ooh. Gains kind of a lot of damage. Boy, 18 damage and making the next attack free. We're still not going to be able to kill next turn unless we get like the Infernal Blade in hand or like the Bash and Ashen Strake Bully kind of thing going on. Even then, with 18 damage, we're not going to be able to do 30, but it'll be pretty close. But not quite. So I think I'm going to armaments to defend. Actually, no, that's not even true, because if we get these plus like a strike, because the Bash can be free. Let's do it that way. And I'm not going to play this strike, actually. We're going to see if we can get something better to be free than this strike. I think that'll be the line. Money, money. Disappointing. But we can play the second wind if we wanted. That's disappointing too. This draw sucks. All right, so there's no way we kill. We always only do 5 block with the second wind, which makes the Ashen Strike deal more damage. Wow. Should have played the strike, yeah, it turns out. Yeah, let's see what Infernal Blade is. Also, we have to keep in mind that the little fat gremlin is gonna have 14 to 18 hit points. So we need to make sure we can kill it on the turn after we kill this guy. Tear Asunder. So it will deal 3 damage 4 times. Okay. So we could kill him and then do 2 strikes on the back one, doing 4 damage each. That should be good. All right, so we'll play the shrug. And then we'll just kill this back guy. Not letting him get our gold. Absolutely unacceptable. And unfortunately, we kill him and don't get the full value from the regen pot. But that's okay. We got a blood potion. Very nice. Okay, so there's always the question when you see headbutt is there anything good to headbutt? And right now the answer is sometimes. There are some cards like, for example, Thrash or things like that that are like obvious candidates for being good with headbutt. But even headbutting like Bully on top, if we know that there's a guaranteed turn where we draw Bash or the enemy will be vulnerable. If we've done a second wind and we know Ashen Strike's a really high value, we can do that. One of the cards created by Infernal Blade might be worth bringing to the top. I think a headbutt is still a good card to add to the deck here. And there's often situations, even in a fully fleshed out deck, where it's like, oh yeah, let's headbutt something. So that feels like the play to me. Thunderclap is like, fine. Whatever. Underdogs doesn't really require AoE attacks. You know, there's only one elite that requires AoE and it's not that big of a deal. The Phantasmal Gardeners. And we don't need AoE for the Act Boss. So we'll want AoE before Act 2, or maybe early on in Act 2. But we'll be okay without it for the moment. And then Twin Strike is just like less damage. Because we like Headbutt. We like our Headbutt. We like our Headbutt, so let's not get rid of it. But let's take a look at the Slippery Bridge. I think they added events here. And see exactly how this works. A random card is removed from your deck. The above option is randomized. Okay, so it is truly randomized. Okay. We don't want to lose our headbutt, but let's think about it. So the number's going to keep going up. 3, 4, 5, etc. We've got 9 cards we'd be happy to get rid of. And 9 cards we want to keep. If Bully is on offer, we let it go. So we got like a 50-50 shot. And I assume it's re-randomized and won't pick the previous. So actually I think our chance of getting a strike or defend has gone up. Removing a defend is kind of bad. We'd really rather it be a strike, but I think it's worth losing 3 HP to get rid of the strike instead. Will it let you get rid of the curse? It will never let you get rid of Ascender's Bane because it has the Eternal keyword, but you can get rid of curses in general. But we're gonna get rid of this strike. I love bridges. All right, so now we have a very interesting decision point. And I think I already know what the answer is. So I don't think we need to calculate anything out, but the decision point would be, can we reliably fight these 2 enemies and not die, justifying letting us upgrade a card, also thinking about the rest of the act. We have a blood potion in hand, so we've got like a good heal anyway. And I think the deck is strong enough, and we're totally fine. We're totally fine. We're totally fine to upgrade. Right, I think the deck will do a little bit bad against the Phantasmal Gardeners, which are the little tentacles. But thinking about the other fights that are in the underdogs, the other elites, rather, Terror Eel, I think we're fine. And the Skulking Colony, I think, always does like 20 to 30 points of damage. But again, we're going to heal a bunch of it with the Blood Potion. And we can always duplicate her if we need. So I think I would like to upgrade armaments because I think it'll be good for the like Skulking Colony for sure. I think we're going to shuffle most elite fights. We're going to shuffle against the Soulfish, and there's no real standout upgrade here, at least not to me. Right, this one will be good later. Bash is, I think, a pretty strong candidate, so it could either be Bash or armaments. But I'm going to barely lean towards armaments. Courgette. Very nice. So this will make the elite just a bit more cozy, right? So hitting the elite just after the treasure chest as opposed to just before. Just after can be nice. This is like a particularly good, like early little combat's relic. So pretty happy with that. And we're facing the Skulking Colony. All right, so let's talk about Skulking Colony. And let's look at what he does. Skulking Colony. Recently, it used to, on move 3, not attack. It just gains strength. Now it attacks and strength. So, like many other enemies in the game, it's going to cycle through a bunch of attacks. And in this case, Smash, Zoom, Inertia, Piercing Stabs. So it's going to do 13 damage, and then 16 in block, 11 in gain strength, and then a piercing stabs where it says 8 by 12, or excuse me, 8 by 2, which is correct, but that's always after gaining its 3 strength. So it's actually going to be doing 11 times 2. Kind of a lot of damage. But the big thing about it is you can only do 15 damage per turn. Right? So like, that's just how it is. We have no block in hand right now, which isn't so bad. But since you can only take 15 damage per turn, like at most, like at the very fastest, you know, it's the next multiple of 15 above 79. That's the fastest we could ever kill him, right? So that's 90, right? So it takes at least 6 turns to kill him. I like your professor approach. Well, we'll see. We'll see if it works out. I mean, it's a good way of playing the game sometimes. Glad you're enjoying. So we can calculate up to which attack pattern we want to have it killed. To an extent, yes. I mean, we want to avoid the second double attack is the big thing, right? So on move 4, he's going to do a double attack. We're going to have to eat that first one and block it and do our best. And that's all we can do, right? So we're going to get attacked for 22 on turn 4. The deck does not have good block. We're going to take some damage on that turn, and it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. And that's just how it is, right? Like, but we want to make sure we kill him before that second time, so we don't want to get to round 8. I don't think we will, especially since we're starting with this much damage. And I think the deck has... that's enough damage sources. So we're going to play the Headbutt, but sometimes we want to Headbutt nothing. And in fact, I think that's going to be true for next turn as well. So we're going to play the Infernal Blade because it's going to exhaust, and we're just going to see what happens. Dismantle. I don't think we want to Headbutt that on top. Right. I think, in fact, we're just going to play headbutt, dismantle, bully, strike, and that's more than 15, and we'll do our 15 damage, and then we'll just go to the next turn. So, oh yeah, how much damage do I think we're going to take this fight? 30? 40? We're going to get pretty low. But we've got the blood potion, if we need it. And probably we'll just use the blood potion. I don't think the duplicator will be worthwhile with any of our cards in this fight, most likely. Okay. This is a good hand, I guess. So Ashen Strike is currently doing 9. If we armaments it, right? So it's 6 plus currently 6 plus 3. Armaments will make it go to 6 plus 4. If we exhaust one more card, it'll go to 6 plus 4, which is 14, which is almost 15. And he's not like sitting at any breakpoints or whatever. So I think what we'll do is we're going to shrug. Or is that even true? Maybe I just armaments, second wind, Ashen Strike. And then we'll block for 5 plus 7. And then we'll do 14. So we'll block for 12 and do 14. I think I'm fine with that. It's upgraded? It might be. Will be soon. The other option would be to play like Shrug or to second wind away 2 cards. The armaments? The armaments is upgraded, yes. And we're not going to do a ton of damage next turn or the one after, probably. So you will upgrade all. Yeah, we're going to upgrade all the cards, right? So that's, I'm already basically giving that as the given line here because we want to shuffle these back in. It sucks to second wind away the Shrug. Like that really sucks. So another option would be we get armaments and just Shrug, which would let us full block. And we could play the Ashen Strike, which would do 4 less damage. Maybe that's still fine. If we do 10 here, then that'll put him at 54. So we're still looking at like 4 turns to kill him, at least. Maybe more. I think I still like that line better, though. Ooh. That is not a good draw, though. That's like the one... That's the one really bad pull. I mean, I think I play it. I don't think we play the Ashen Strike. It's likely that a random attack is going to do more than 10. Sometimes it does 9. But it made the Ashen Strike better, and it'll make the Rampage better when we draw it. So now here I think there's only one line. Doesn't matter. In fact, that attack was pointless, but yeah, so here's the big attack, and yikes. So what we want to try to do is we want to make sure, I guess, let me put it this way. We want to try to kill him within 4 turns. Has to be within 5 so that he doesn't get this attack again. Right, because on that 5th turn we have to do it. I mean, I think we play both defends. Take 11 here. I don't think there's anything I would calculate out that would change that. Okay, so now he's doing his 16 damage attack. So he's back at the top of the order. He's back at his smash. So he's going to do 16. Next turn he's going to do 19. There's nothing particularly good to headbutt. Think you should play the health pot now so you know what you're working with? No? We don't need to do that till we're about to die. You can play that out of combat. Right, so if we upgrade the headbutt, it'll do close-ish to that 15. All our damage is here. That's kind of bad. He's going to do a pretty big attack next turn, where we might want to put the armaments on top. If nothing else, perhaps just a second wind it. All right, so I think we play the armaments, and we're going to headbutt basically for sure. Deciding if I want to play the defend or not. And if we do less than the total 15, like that's fine, because we're not going to kill him within 3 turns anyway. That's guaranteed. So let's put a defend plus on top. Lots of upgraded cards here already. Yeah. All right, so Ashen Strike is already enough damage. So I guess the defend is full block, so defend, Ashen Strike. And now there's nothing more to do here. Yeah. We hope for a good draw. And this is where we didn't find that much damage. We have to make sure he's down to at least within being able to hit 15 damage. So we're going to be able to do 14 plus 8 plus 4. So 27. Yeah, so that's more than enough for next turn. And I don't think we use a duplicator for just like 5 health. Okay, because we could do it on the block, but... And the strike would not have killed, by the way, because we can do more damage than that turn. Let me kill him. All right, miniature cannon. Upgraded attacks deal 3 additional damage. Okay. So that's one way where armaments could be changed in how it's used, where we might want to play the Infernal Blade, then upgrade the card that it creates for the miniature cannon. And Spite, Shrug, and Body Slam. I think I'm okay with another Shrug. The deck still needs a little bit more block. I think the deck likes just a little bit more block. And Shrug is just nice because anytime you have card draw, you have to think that it gives you options. And sometimes giving you options prevents against just bad shuffles. And it lets you control when you shuffle your deck. And sometimes you care about that. So we're going to go with a Shrug. Spite would be fine if we had a little bit of self-damage. But I feel like, I don't know, it still feels kind of weak. And then Body Slam, especially, I think the reason Spite feels so bad is that the best self-damaging card is like Bloodletting. And with Bloodletting, you have plenty of energy to do stuff. And then it's like, do you really want to play Bloodletting to play your 0-cost attack? No. And then Body Slam is kind of interesting. Body Slam can be a good card to add to the deck in general. Like, there are options that present themselves where Body Slam could be nice. But for the moment, I think just a Shrug is fine. Spite, yeah, Spite is intentionally looking like Sprite. Okay, so we're facing the Living Fog. So let's talk about what this enemy does. We'll pull it up on the spreadsheet. All right. Move 1, Advanced Gas. Ha. I didn't know I was in this game. All right, so it's going to use Advanced Gas and then Bloat and Super Gas Blast. Part of the best thing for me about the spreadsheet is I didn't know what any of these attacks are called. They have great names. So basically it's going to apply Smoggy to us, which means this is a status where we can only play one skill. And then it's going to alternate between making gas bombs and then doing an explode. So he's going to scale up pretty fast. So we just need to kill him. And you just take a bunch of damage. What is this? I didn't make it. I did not make the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet was made by Drogulus, Applet123, and Red Beardy McGee. Thank you. You love to see it. Okay, I did not make this. Okay. We will probably end up using the blood potion in this fight. Probably won't end up using duplicator, but we'll see. I think the play here is going to be to Infernal Blade. Or is it? It might not be. Right? Because we know we want to play the bash because the bully is in hand. And it just feels foolish to have the bully attack for 4 instead of, 9. And, we like making other attacks do more damage too. Infernal Blade will make our Ashen Strike hit harder. We're already blocking for 4 because of our Gorget. So we've got the defend. But I kind of feel like we just take 5 damage here in this first round. Excuse me. I think we eat 5 damage to try to kill him within maybe 3, but probably not. But it's possible, depending on what the Infernal Blade pulls up. Howl from Beyond. Okay. So we definitely make him weak. Then we howl. So take 5, but that's a pretty good attack. So we're going to second wind here, which will make us be able to full block. And hopefully we'll be able to kill him here. Ashen Strike does 15, and we are. And there's no, yeah. Goodbye, nerd. So we'll drink our blood potion. Pop. We'll get an explosive amp, and an offering is here. Oh, offering is here. We don't have to think too hard about this. Offering is an insanely good card. You see offering, you should click offering. One of the best cards out there. So we're gonna take that. Okay. So we're gonna go to this campfire, and now we have a pretty reasonable question to ask ourselves. What do we want to do here? Because I think there's choices. So if we're looking at the spreadsheet again, and we're in the underdogs here, we already saw, whoops, the Skulking Colony. So we know that the next elite fight is either going to be Phantasmal Gardeners or Terror Eel. We know that with certainty. That is a thing we know guaranteed. So how does the deck do against those two enemies? I think it does pretty okay, especially against the Terror Eel. There's a little bit of variance because of our Infernal Blades. But not, I think we do okay. We do okay. But do I think we do okay enough where we can take that fight and a fight afterwards? Maybe. Thinking about our potions right now. Oh, I haven't been tracking our potion chance. I forgot to do it. I knew that would fall off. I was worried about that. I don't know what the potion chance is right now. I think actually I last kept track of it. Actually, I think it was this fight. And I think we did not gain 1, did gain 1. So actually I think we're back to 40%. I think we went up to 50% here and then 40% here. Yeah, because we gained this blood potion. I mean, I guess we could figure it out, right? So we start at 40, 50, No, where's our rewards? All right, 40, 50. Must have gone up to 60 because we didn't take one here. It's brought us down to 50. Brought us down to 40. 30. 40. 30. I think I've done that right. So actually our potion chance is 30. I think that's true. So actually our potion chance is fairly low. I think that's right. But the explosive ampule will be good against the phantasmal gardeners, and duplicator could be good against the terror eel. We've got pretty good potions for that fight. So what stands out to me is like a good card to upgrade. Yeah. I'm not sure. Nothing is too crazy. Yeah, we use the forge, we use the blood, we use the regen. We've used a few potions now. Second wind's an okay upgrade, yeah. I think that's a reasonable choice. I don't even hate an offering upgrade, because sometimes you just want to see stuff. And I think offering becomes a little bit better with the upgraded armaments. Being able to, you know, armaments and second wind being in the deck, and headbutt, kind of make upgrading offering a little bit better. It's not the best upgrade, but yeah, Ashen Strike is incredibly good just in general, but I feel like it might just be offering. I'm gonna upgrade offering. We could also consider, like, you know, upgrading an attack going up in value, I think is true, right? Upgrading even just bash makes it go from 10 to 13 because of our miniature cannon, but that's okay. And I think we're good to take this fight. Okay. So I think we shrug because we do still want to find our offering, and we're probably going to play the Infernal Blade, and we may end up using the second wind depending on what we draw here. A strike. Okay. So I think the line will be, so we're currently blocking for 12. We're going to play the second wind, which will make us block for 17. That's good enough for me. And we're going to play the Infernal Blade. All right. Plop. So we've got Armament Shrug Headbutt, meaning we could put something on top with, or I suppose just Headbutt Shrug, right? We could put something on top if we wanted. How do you decide when elite fights are valuable encounters? You play multiplayer with your friends and you have vastly different opinions on the value of elites. I think multiplayer, I don't know the answer, because I think multiplayer is I don't know the answer. But I feel like late act hallway fights in almost every single act are super dangerous, but elites aren't that bad, even though that seems to be a dissenting opinion from what the zeitgeist seems to believe. Elites give relics. Elites are good. If you can fight an elite to gain a relic instead of a card reward, or excuse me, instead of upgrading a card and needing to rest at a campfire, that's generally worth it, unless you've got like a really good upgrade. So if that means you getting an extra relic, but then you have to rest, that's usually worth it. But I'm kind of leaning very, very gently towards playing the armaments. Headbutting the armaments on top, because there's a okay chance of being able to upgrade our, like a 50-50 chance of being able to upgrade a whole bunch of cards if we have Offering in hand, and even if we don't, it's going to be good upgrades. Duplicator a play? Not here. I feel like if you can't afford fighting elites and getting relics from them, your building ain't gonna make it anyway. Not necessarily. No, don't just try trying. I don't think that's true. Oh yeah, and we should have talked. Hold on. We should have talked a little bit about what the Terror Eel does. I'm already falling apart. I knew the slow play would make a bit of a mess. He's always just gonna alternate between Crash and Thrash until it gets stunned. So he's just gonna keep going back and forth between 18 damage and 12, 18, 12, 18, 12, 18, 12, 18, 12, 18, 12. Anyway, but the 18 is gonna be with 6 vigor, so it'll actually be 24. So it'll be 18, 12, 24, 12, 24, 12, 24, 12, 24, 12. The applying the vulnerable doesn't happen until you get him down to half health, which happens at like 75 of his 150. So thanks for talking at 1.25 speed during your slow play. That's exactly your speed. Speaking as a VOD enjoyer, I do my best. I think I speak kind of fast, just in general. So I'm going to headbutt the armaments back on top. He's going to hit us real big next turn, and we're going to take damage next turn, but I think that'll be around the last time we do. And the armaments will make the headbutt and bully do more damage. And so then we can just play like a defend, and that's fine. I'm not going to play the shrug just for the 1 in 9 chance of getting the offering plus. That's unlikely. So. Okay. So here, we're going to take a bunch of damage. And that's just how it is. So we're just going to block for 7. But I think if we hit him with the bash, we are going to be able to block full block next turn. And probably put him below 75. Either next turn or the turn after. So I'm happy to play this armaments. And the Ashen Strike is good. But I think let's make him vulnerable with the bash. And I don't think I'm going to use a potion here, most likely. Okay, so I'm going to play the offering. We're going to see if we get our... So now we get a choice. Like, think about like where we want to shuffle. We don't want to shuffle these back in. I mean, we could maybe play the Infernal Blade to see if we want to shuffle back in what we create. But I think I'd rather see if we're able to get, like, for example, the armaments in hand first. Okay, Ashen Strike is here. That's really good. So let's play the Infernal Blade, see what it is. Setup Strike. Okay. So right now, we've got 1 really good attack. And then 3 meh attacks after the Setup Strike. That's still going to be good enough. I don't know exactly what the amount of damage this is. But I don't think I'm even going to bother calculating it because it's a lot. And I think he's just going to die because we have 3 full turns to kill him. Including this one. I'm not too worried about it. I'm not too worried about it. Okay. So we gain a Mercury Hourglass. At the start of your turn, deal 3 damage to all enemies. Kind of a nice one. Iron Wave, Cinder, and Setup Strike. This might be our first skip. I'm pretty worried about the Soulfish fight. In truth. But these cards aren't meaningfully better than like the average card in the deck right now. They're around the same and I don't think they do anything special. Really. Cinder is maybe okay because we're facing the Soulfish, but like only okay. I think this is a skip. We like the deck to be a little bit thinner with the miniature cannon and the armaments. And like getting to our offering is pretty important. Like the deck always wants to find that pretty fast. Is an Iron Wave a dual strike defend? Sure. Yeah, it is both a strike and a defend stapled together. But offering is so good that it's thrown the balance off. It's thrown everything off. Strikes and defends are not good cards. So I think it's a skip. Oof. This is a tough fight. How much damage are we going to take this fight? I don't want to talk about it. This is a dangerous fight. Like a really dangerous fight. 22? It'll be close. We're going to end up using a potion in this fight. Pretty much for sure. Right? And it may end up being... I mean, I don't know. We're gonna have to rest at the campfire for sure anyway. So this calcified cultist. Let's talk about how fast he gains his strength. Let's see, where is this fight? It's the Sea Punk and the calcified. Yeah, there it is. So the calcified cultist is Ritual 2. So he's gonna start out hitting us for 11. Then 13, etc., etc., etc. And that's already starts out really high. And our boy the Sea Punk, who actually we did not see at the beginning, is going to do Sea Kick, Spinning Kick, and Bubble Burp. Right, so he's going to do 2 regular attacks, then a block. Right, so as long as we can kill him by turn 4, that's okay. Yikes. So we're gonna need to play our defend on this turn. And we're gonna focus damage on the calcified cultist. Sea Punk's only gonna go down in damage, and we're gonna have to try to kill him by turn 4. Which we may be able to do. So I'm gonna play the Infernal Blade, and we may end up duplicating whatever it creates, depending on what it is. Didn't think we'd get a straight up unplayable. That's unfortunate. So play the defend and then I guess headbutt it back on top. I think I'm okay with that. Okay, so let's shrug, see what we draw. Bully. So if we play 1 defend, we will block for almost all the damage, right? Because we're currently blocking for 11. We play a defend, we block for 3 more. If we play the strike and the bully, we do 10 total damage. And we want to try to kill the Sea Punk the turn after next, so we may end up using the explosive ampule. I think we take the 3. All we need to do is a strike there. Oh, oh my. I guess we kill him a turn early. Okay, Pommel Strike, Spite, and Howl from Beyond. Howl from Beyond can do well with what the deck's set up, but right now doesn't really. I kind of like a Pommel Strike here. Give this man a Pyre already? Oh no, we don't want Pyre. There's a lot of things we want. Feel No Pain and Dark Embrace would be pretty welcome. I think a singular Pommel Strike is totally fine. And we're going to rest here. We could sit and do a little bit of talking through this needing to rest business, but just trust me. 21 health. We don't need to sit and do anything fancy. This is intuition based, and I already don't feel super safe at 45. Why not? No card draw? Oh, Pyre just takes way too long to pay for itself. Okay. So let's talk about the Soulfish. I think Pyre is one of the worst rares, actually. All right. So he doesn't do like a ton of damage, right? We will become vulnerable at some point. So these attacks start to get pretty big the second time he comes through. But really, he does not scale, other than creating the statuses. So the 17, 8, and 12 aren't that big of attacks, but it's these beckons that are the problem. So he will, on average, create one beckon. I guess you could say 3 beckons every 5 turns. So like a beckon every other turn, pretty close. Pretty close to that, on average. I don't know if there's any other insights to talk about from his moveset. Not really. There will be the intangible turn, so we'll need to plan around that. That's mainly the sort of main thing here. Fine opening hand, right? Of all the times where we've started with all of our attacks in hand, it's against an enemy that isn't attacking on the first turn. That's nice. So we'll probably go with the Infernal Blade and see if we want to headbutt whatever we create. You know, I don't think it's unreasonable to even just get a bonus little bit of 4 damage. We could play the Bully, headbutt the Bully, play the Pommel Strike, do an extra 4 damage. Is that unreasonable? Right, because we don't want to draw any of our block cards. And of the cards still in the deck, it's like half-ish are block cards. We don't really care to armaments this hand all that much either. Okay. All right. So Ashen Strike will be good eventually, but not quite yet. I want to play the Infernal Blade, but I am also thinking it would be nice to double play the Bash. We don't have to do that quite yet. Maybe it's better to just play the Infernal Blade. Could play the Pommel Strike and see what we draw. The only thing that would be really bad would be the Beckon. This isn't quite the hand we want to see yet. Okay, that's a good one. And do we... Is there any world where we like double play this? Probably not. Oh boy. There's a really interesting line here that I'm really tempted to do that I'm not sure is a good idea or not. And that line is to basically second wind it all and hit with a huge Ashen Strike. Right, so we do a massive second wind, bash, and then Ashen Strike. We get rid of the one Beckon that was put in our draw pile. We've still got one more Beckon in the discard. Second wind is still going to be here. We're going to get rid of 3 of our defends, which is fine. We get rid of this Infernal Blade, which isn't ideal, but totally fine. And we could even Duplicator Pot on the Ashen Strike, because we're going to be discarding, or excuse me, exhausting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. So this is going to be 8 total in the draw pot, or the discard. So it'll be, you know, 3 times 8 plus 6. Let's get up the math. Right, so 3 times 8, 24, plus 6. 30 damage attack, and it'll actually be vulnerable. Right, so it'll actually do 45. That's pretty good. So if we're able to do, you know, 90 damage on this turn by using the dupe pot, seems all right to me. Rothgar 57 at low. Yeah, I think that's worth. And we full block here, obviously. Thank you, Second Wind. And we don't want to double play the bash here because, you know, he's going to be intangible for at least the last bit of that. All right, so this will do 45. Let's make it do 90. And then I think this fight is, I think, just guaranteed. So we could shuffle now before he puts the status in our discard. Right, we could do a shrug and then a shrug. Which would mean these cards are not in the draw pile. Do we want that? I don't think so. I think better here will be simply to armaments, take 1, and then just do the 2 strike pluses. I think that's fine. Yeah, it's just 1 status card. It's just 1 status card. But I think it's a line you should keep in mind. All right, so we're going to keep in mind also that he is going to be intangible next turn. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to headbutt a block card, and it's either the Second Wind or the Shrug on top of the deck. Because we're not going to be able to kill here. Not quite. So I might just play Second Wind, headbutt the Second Wind on top. How many hits does it even have? 1, 2, 3, 4? Maybe that's not enough. Maybe I'd rather just be the Shrug. I just shrug, headbutt the Shrug on top and play back in. Probably that one. Oh, I should have played the Second Wind on the back end. It does not matter. We're not going to shuffle. Okay, so I don't want to accidentally draw the Ashen Strike here. I guess it's, even if we do, we probably have lethal next turn anyway with armaments on these cards. Yeah, that's true actually. So he's just dead next turn. It doesn't matter. We'll go ahead and upgrade it. Pop. Ashen Strike, good card. So then the real question is, so to be analytical about that fight, was the Duplicator Pot on that Ashen Strike truly necessary? Knowing that we got a good shuffle, but was that enough setup for Ashen Strike where we could have gone another full set of rounds of attacks against the Soulfish? Maybe. We have to keep in mind that the next upcoming attacks, despite the fact that I said there's no scaling, we are vulnerable now. So instead of doing 17 damage, you know, those attacks then are going to be doing the additional, you know, 8. Right, so instead of 17 damage, it's going to be doing 17 plus 8, so 25. That's a pretty big attack. I'm okay with what happened, but... Okay. Unmovable Crimson Mantle and Feed. Feed is here. The nice thing about hit points in this game are that they're good. That's how you not die. No, I mean, so hit points, they're like your protection against the worst case scenarios where you can sort of like play for the highest mean outcome. And as long as you've got like a decent hit point pool, you can eat those worst case scenarios. And feed lets you kind of do that. It's kind of like 9 lives in Battle Brothers. HP greater than 0, good, noted, yeah. Take note. Unmovable is also like a pretty okay card. The first time you gain block from a card each turn, double the amount gained. It's a good card, but it's pretty expensive. So probably just go with feed. Crimson Mantle also good, but I think Crimson Mantle is one of those cards that's like really good if you already have an Inferno, but probably not so good if you don't. It does not block on the turn you play it, which is like a little stinky. Feed and cheese combo, feed and cheese combo. Okay, so let's take a look at what Pale's offering us. Pale's Tears, Pale's Claw, Pale's Blood. And we are facing the Insatiable. So what are our options? So let's talk about each one in detail. So Pale's Tears. If you end your turn with unspent energy, gain additional energy next turn. So if you end with just 1, you get an extra 2. So, you know, you can, is good, right? So you can kind of think of it as, you know, if you only spend 2 energy on the first round, then every round after that you have 4, and then you can spend 5 like on the final turn. And that can be pretty good when we're looking to line up playing our feed. It can also be nice with like offering and things like that. The card draw that we have in the deck with the Shrugs and the Pommel Strike does mean we are able to use excess energy, I think reasonably well. Mini Ice Cream, but it's rough on 3 energy. I guess so. I mean, I like Pale's Tears. Goopy and Exhaust deck is nice. Goopy and Exhaust deck is nice. We don't really have an Exhaust deck yet, really, except for the Ashen Strike. But notably, right, Enchant All defends with Goopy. You know, being able to play our Goopy defense, making Ashen Strike bigger is pretty nice. It does increase the number of intra-combat mini-games that we're going to have to manage. Right? So we'll have both the exhausting defense that we'll want to do, as well as having a tasty snack. Pretty good, right? And then Pale's Blood at the start of each turn, draw 1 additional card. It's a good one, and it's probably one of the ones I take most frequently, and I'm less interested in it here. I think I'm more interested in the other 2 options. I think I'm very lightly leaning towards enchanting our defense with Goopy. Look at the enemies. Yeah, so let's talk about the enemies. So the main thing that we need to talk about is the final fight first. We're facing the Insatiable. All right, let's consult the sheet. So it starts with Liquefy Ground, afterwards cycles through Thrash, Lunging Bite, Salivate, Thrash. Right, so multi-attack, single target attack, gain strength, multi-attack. Yeah, I mean, he just keeps scaling, but not super fast. But just keeps scaling. And then notably creates statuses that, like, It's okay to exhaust them. Sometimes. Sometimes it's okay to exhaust them. But you gotta be careful. You gotta be very careful exhausting them. It can be tricky. It can be tough to do. What is Goopy? Oh yeah, let's talk about what Goopy does. So Goopy. This card gains exhaust. When played, permanently increase this card's block by 1. So I feel like Goopy is... The one downside here is that we want to line up multiple different things. We want to finish an attack with feed. We always want to feed. Feeding is going to be more important than gooping. Gooping is more important than feeding. Excuse me, feeding is more important than gooping. But, you know, once we play our defense with Goopy, the problem then becomes we've taken some block away from our deck, making it so that as we're trying to slow play to draw into our feed to finish the enemy off, who's attacking us, we're not going to block cards. But then we also have just exhausted cards, making our deck thinner, meaning we're more likely to find the feed. You know, 6 of one, 7 of the other. There's some upside and downside there. But I might just lean towards the Goopy. I don't know. Being able to turn the defense into really good block cards is also just really nice. Why can't you feed and goop? Sometimes you can. And we're going to try to. All right. So now let's talk a little bit about the early hallway fights and the route we want to take. Actually, we should have worked out the route we want to take before then and also talked about the elites. So the elites in this act, we've got this Desicena Millipede, who's like the weird constricting worm thing where it's eating each other. It's kind of a little gross. But there's the 3 different Desicena Millipedes, so AoE damage is, of course, really nice there. And we're terrible in that fight. Terrible. We are currently terrible against the Entomancer. If we find a Feel No Pain or Dark Embrace, or both, we feel a lot better. But right now we're bad. And the Infested Prism, we're like, okay. But not great. The Ashen Strike can be okay against the Entomancer. Right, the fact that we've got like the Headbutt in the Ashen Strike, maybe we can set something up there, right? So if we get the Ashen Strike early, we're actually like maybe okay with it and maybe even play it to try to Headbutt it back on top. Maybe even in our first shuffle for a big attack. Could be a thing. Could be a thing. Is the Entomancer the B-Man? Yeah, that's right. Entomancer is the B-Man. But there is a really nice route through the center that I don't hate. There's also a route on the right side that I kind of don't hate. I kind of like the looks of this. I think we've got enough money that hitting up a shop is pretty good. And then we have an option to either go to a campfire before or after an elite. I think either one is potentially fine. Skippable elite. And then skippable elite. I like the options of that right side. I think that's quite good. So our potion chance resets to 40. I updated it on the other screen. Just trust me. But why skip? Because sometimes you die. What about loot? Yeah, I mean, you can't loot anything if you're dead. And then to talk a little bit about this act's easy fights, let's do that. So the first 2, not 3, but 2 encounters are going to be from the Bowl Bugs, which will be 2 Bowl Bugs, 3 Exoskeletons, and those are the things that can only take 9 damage per attack. The Thieving Hopper, who hits you like a truck and steals your cards. And the Tunneler, who goes underground and then hits you like a truck. We're pretty okay against all these fights. These are all kind of like damage checks. And we have damage. Like, we have damage. Okay. And we're always going to ask the question, every single round, can we have a snack? The answer? Yes. Thank you, Mercury Hourglass. We also want to upgrade this feed. Upgrading feed makes it heal you for 4, or increase your max HP by 4. We can do bully, strike, and feed on the bullbug. Not only do we kill him, but our HP go up. So we're gonna play the defend here, and then we're gonna take, you know, some damage, right? We'll take 7. That's fine. You cannot simply exhaust the defend like with second wind. You have to play this to make its block value go up. So one thing we're going to be looking to do is play all of our goopy defends in each fight. Ideally, right? So we got 4 goopy defends. We want to play them, right? So we probably offering here, right? Because we can block, we can full block without playing the offering. Might be worth doing, actually. All right, so let's think about that. All right, so if I play the armaments, this will go up to 8. So 5 plus 8 is 13. 13 plus 3 goes up to 16. So this guy will be stunned if we fully block his attack, which we can do with what's in hand here. If we armaments defend, the Ashen Strike, you know, will hit for 15, which is like a decent amount. And then we only need like 2 energy worth of defends in the next 2 turns. That might actually be fine. I think that seems likely to be fine, where I think we don't have to play the offering. So I'm gonna shrug to see what we draw. We also have to keep in mind the Mercury Hourglass is doing damage. And we're gonna kill next turn. So we're gonna play both our goopy defends. So we did all our mini games. We ate, we defended, and now we just simply kill. All right, so potion giant chance goes down from 40 to 30, and we've got some options here. Second Wind is a great card. I guess we could take a second Wind, but it's not that. Like its value has gone down a little bit with the goopy defends. Fight Me is fine, but we don't have any multi-attacks. All right, Fight Me is fine, but we don't have any multi-attacks. Isn't Second Wind a dead card in the Worm fight? You can exhaust the Frantic Escapes if you want. Just gotta be careful. We may still Second Wind away Frantic Escapes. Not very many, not very much, but we might. I wouldn't say it's a dead card, but its value does go down somewhat. It's just such a good card that I'm reluctant to not take it, but probably don't take it. And I don't think the bully's good here. If anything, I'm just leaning towards like whether I want to take the Fight Me or not. I think the answer is no. It's certainly not very good against the Insatiable, but making the enemy gain strength isn't as bad as it sounds. There's a lot of like multi-enemy fights and, you know, you give strength to the enemy that you don't care about. Nah, I think I'm gonna skip though. I don't know, maybe I should take the Fight Me. Also have to think a little bit about like upcoming, like what could the future look like? And Fight Me is a insanely good card for basically every Ironclad deck. If your Act 3 boss gauntlet includes the Queen or the Test Subject, and you're guaranteed to have one of those two. And Fight Me is a pretty good card against both of those, because the Test Subject loses its like strength that you gave it between phases. Right, so we try to use Fight Me in the first phase, where it doesn't do multi-attacks. And it's also good against the Queen, because you could do like Fight Me on the Queen herself, and then focus damage on her. Or if you're going to kill the Queen's minion, you can do Fight Me on the minion, like as it's closer to death. Kind of depends on how your deck is shuffled. But it's a really good card for the Act 3 final boss. That might be too far in the future to consider its value for now. But I think it's worth considering. Oh boy. Oh, the colorful philosophers. Again, there's no upper bound to how much we could analyze this, and we're going to cap it. But we've got Regent cards, Silent cards, and Defect cards. Okay. You're always given a choice of commons, uncommons, and rares. So let's take a minute to kind of like dig in a little, and we'll just go top to bottom. It's just Defect, right? Is it? I'm not convinced. It could be anything. Right, so looking at commons, we don't have to worry too much about like, oh, but there's like specific stuff in here that we don't want. That's okay, because you get to choose one of three, right? So yes, anything that gives like stars, we can not concern ourselves with. But like, you know, Photon Cut, for example, could help us set up feed. Totally reasonable card. Know Thy Place, giving an enemy weak, we've got decent card draw. Totally reasonable card. Cosmic Indifference, help us set up feed. It's headbutt but block. Totally reasonable card. Be Gone, totally reasonable card. Also creates something that exhausts, which we could gain benefit from. There's good stuff here, right? Looking at the uncommons, right? So how many are the cards that we want? Is like maybe like a fifth. A fifth of these are reasonable options for us. Approximately. And the skip is also always there. In the uncommons, there are fewer things that we like. There are certainly fewer things we like in the uncommons. Pale Blue Dots and Orbit are also like, these are both totally reasonable cards. Convergence is still good just because it do a retain even without the stars. And then looking at the rares, Make It So is cute. Otherwise, a little bit meh. There's still plenty of like interesting stuff in here, but very few rares, right? Okay, so then next up on the list was Silent. Silent's got a bunch of good stuff. So of these common cards, not that many that really appeal to us. Right? Really not many at all. Kind of limited to maybe like Anticipate, Deflect, Backflip. That's pretty much it, I guess. Uncommons. There's some stuff here. Escape Plan, Calculated Gamble, Blur, Footwork. Maybe that's kind of it. Not that much, actually. Dagger spray, double bubble. And then looking at the rares, adrenaline. But like, you know, I don't know. Yeah, these silent ones don't look that good. There's just too many things that deal stuff with poison or shivs or, you know, whatever. And then defect. Defect is interesting. Knife trap, obviously. Here, like, go for the eyes would be kind of cute. We would even take like a cool-headed or cold snap, because you can think of this as like, just give us 2 block for the rest of the combat. That's fine, you know. All right, those are totally reasonable cards to take. At uncommon, bulk up would be insane. But even like skim, overclock, chill, boot sequence. There's some stuff here that's fine. And then at rare, hyper beam. I don't know, not so much. Genetic algorithm still good. Helix drill would be fine. It's kind of not that good, actually. I almost think the best options were Regent. Yeah, Buffer. Buffer is insane. Buffer's really good. Echo Form. But I think the fewest whiffs are actually Regent. Alright, see what we got. Okay. Reasonable options all around. Unreasonable options all around. And reasonable options. Okay. So I'm invincible and make it so are both totally good. We have a headbutt. So I'm invincible. You just headbutt it on top. We also have the Cosmic Indifference and Photon Cut. So basically what I'm deciding between is, so we're not doing these. These are all garbage. But Make It So and I'm Invincible are both pretty reasonable. We play 3 skills a decent number of times. But I might go with the I am Invincible, actually. Grab I am Invincible and either the Cosmic Indifference or Photon Cut. And I'm thinking probably the Photon Cut? Maybe the deck needs a little bit more block. But I think the Photon Cut's just like a little bit smoother. We'll go with I'm Invincible. And we're gonna skip these. No, that was good. I'm happy with that. Numbers on Photon Cut so good, especially when upgraded. Okay. Oh man, that sun is bright. Holy. I like, whoa. That is like right at the camera. That's intense. That's serious. I shall block it. Shiny head, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna take a bunch of damage on this turn. I guess we could play the I am Invincible. Maybe I just do both Infernal Blades and I am Invincible. So let's talk about what this enemy does, because I think that's what we do here. So Tunneler. So move 1, he doesn't attack, and then he goes underground and gains burrowed. Right, so giving him some vulnerable for next turn is fine, but really we need him to be vulnerable on turn 3 because that's when we need to pop him out. Surge's Ascending at Godhood, that's right, that's right. So basically, this is a fight where you just want to do a bunch of damage. Or be capable of doing a bunch of damage so that when he burrows, you're able to take him out. No, I think we play both Infernal Blades. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Thrash is gonna hit Bash, but not Feed. No! Alright, so we can headbutt the Thrash on top. And it'll be good damage. Okay, so we're going to do 14 damage twice, and then plus 10, so that's already enough damage between the Photon Cut and the Thrash. And we need to play a few more Goopy Defends, so I'm going to play the Photon Cut, and we're going to put one of these Defends. Ooh. I suppose we could just put the Offering on top. Yeah, that's fine, because we're going to play the Goopy Defend. Make sure we play that. And probably, so let's think, what's the best way to end this fight? So we could full block here. And then see if we need to play the Offering or even want to play the Offering. I mean, I think we are because he's going to go underground. So I think we just play that now. Yeah. Offering Strikes is lethal. Oh, sure. But we don't want to do that. We want to play our Goopy Defense. Right, and we'll just kill him next turn. Unfortunately, we don't get a snack. Curse you, Thrash. Second Ashen Strike Plus? Honestly, yes. Yes. The deck loves this. The deck is happy with this. And now we've got a clean and clear damage direction. Clean and clear. All right. Oh boy. We got some stuff here. We got some stuff here, team. Team, we got stuff. Inferno is here, and we love Inferno. Inferno is such a magnificent source of AoE damage, and it's just good. It's just good. We have a miniature tent, which can help us get upgrades onto key cards, like Feed, for example. And honestly, the Photon Cut that we picked up. Card remove is still here. I'm leaning towards just Inferno and Miniature Tent. Tremble is also totally reasonable to add to the deck. We like that it exhausts. We like that we don't have to upgrade Bash to just get plenty of vulnerable on the enemy. Like, we would like a Tremble. Ticket, though, Do we want the meal ticket? I think we'd rather have the miniature tent than the meal ticket, right? We're going to enter more rest sites than we are shops. So I think the tent is just like better than meal ticket. Kind of just straightforwardly better. Tremble better than Inferno? I'm wondering. It might be. We would still take a bloodletting though, right? With the shrugs and the pommel strikes and the offering. Like I think we still take a bloodletting pretty happily, which sort of makes Inferno look a little bit better. But Tremble is, I think, pretty good. Card remove, always good. But can't you take them both? I kind of want to get the miniature tent. I feel like we like resting and upgrading. We like that a lot, right? Yeah, tent just gives a lot of value by the end of the fight, or by the end of the end of the run. Start with the tent, I guess, then it's remove versus the other. No, see, if we do tent, we can't do remove. That's 281. So we can do tent and Inferno, and then that's it. Or tent and Tremble. You know, maybe tent and Tremble is better, even though I've talked about how much I like Inferno. And I do. I think tent and Inferno work pretty well together too, letting you take pretty aggressive paths. Not only in Act 3, but for us, like right now. I think I like the tent and Inferno. And the tent and Inferno means instead of this right path, we're going to take this left path. Excuse me. I don't know. Yeah, no, I think we do tent and Inferno. We can grab a Tremble later. Makes Bully better? Yeah, who cares? Bully's a little whatever. Bully is just something we added at one point, and now is just a mild curse. And we're gonna end up with more healing than we need, so actually let's take the hallway fight over the question mark. Okay, the Obscura. Let's talk about this enemy. Where are you, the Obscura? Also, one of the reasons to talk a little bit about that decision, we have no AoE whatsoever, and Inferno is very good AoE. This fight is one among many where AoE is just nice. Something we added at one point, but now just a mild annoyance. Sounds like the kids from your second marriage. Yeah, sounds right. Sounds right. Okay, so it's gonna summon the Paraphrite, and the Paraphrite's just gonna attack. The Paraphrite just attacks. It lives and it attacks. That's all it does. So let's see, starts with Illusion, then chooses randomly between Piercing Gaze, Wail, and Hardening Strike. Allowed options equally likely. Cannot use any move twice in a row. Okay, so it's just like a little damage, allies gain 3 strength, and then damage and block. And it chooses them randomly, just not being able to repeat. Okay. All right. I think I'd rather play the 2 strikes than the Goopy Defend right now. We can take damage in this fight because we can rest afterwards and upgrade a card. So we're able to set up our feed even if it means costing hit points. play that defend. Okay. So I think we are always going to play the Shrug. So I'm going to play the Shrug before the Offering on the thin chance that it's Inferno that we draw. Just so we get extra damage from the Offering. Feed. Okay. So after 2 Infernal Blades and a Defend, the Ashen Strike will be enough to kill the Paraphrite. And it's the one that just like does a bunch of damage. We just need to get our Inferno in play. And we've got another Ashen Strike, so we want to increase the damage of that, and we want to get this feed headbutted back on top for when we plan a lethal attack. So let's play an Infernal Blade. Pillage. Pillage! Draw cards until you draw a non-attack card. Does feed work on summons? No. Well, anything that has the minion tag, it doesn't work against. All right, let's do the other Infernal Blade. Anger. Okay. Infernal Blades have been maybe a little disappointing. And by maybe a little, I don't mean maybe a little. Yeah, I'm gonna play 1 Goopy Defend. Because I want to play the Ashen Strike. Okay. So what we want to do is get both the I am invincible and the feed on top. But we can't. I mean, if we played the Photon Cut first... Yeah, no. We're not, I guess maybe the feed is like a little, like we're not ready yet anyway. So we can use the Photon Cut and Inferno, excuse me, Photon Cut and Headbutt to kill this Paraphrite. Inferno just makes the future turns a little easier. So let's play this here. And, you know, let's put the Inferno on top. No. I'm gonna play the Goopy Defend and the Ashen Strike. Or Goopy Defend and the Headbutt. We'll do Goopy Defend Headbutt. And we'll put the armaments on top. Okay, I'm gonna armaments and Pommel Strike. Maybe not. Got 1 Goopy Defend in our feed. Let's see, is there anything to kind of like work out here? Not really. Still a little ways away damage-wise. Or I kind of want to do the Ashen Strike against the Obscura. So maybe I just Pommel Strike, and then we'll just second wind an Ashen Strike. Can we eat a big Parafright attack? Ooh. So we can Photon Cut the I'm Invincible on top. And then just Ashen Strike. Okay, so how much damage is in hand right now? We have 10 here, 10 plus 12. So more than enough here. Okay, found the Ashen Strike. Which does pretty good, but not totally lethal damage. Which is kind of what we want. So I'm not going to play the Shrug, because we want to find our feed. And our Goopy Defend. And I'm not going to play the Inferno either. I guess just the Strike. We also have to keep in mind the Mercury Hourglass damage. Alright, so we're going to Shrug to see if we find our Goopy Defend. I don't think there's anything to headbutt, right? No. Perfect. And then we feed. Thunderclap, True Grit, and Anger. Do we hate a True Grit? We like to upgrade it. It's a lot better when upgraded. At random? Yeah, at random means if feed is in your hand, it exhausts feed. That's what random means. That's what random means. We have armaments. We have armaments, but we don't often have it in hand at the same time as the True Grit. So it feels pretty necessary to upgrade, and I think there's other upgrades that are just better. I think I'm going to skip. Mostly because the upgrade doesn't quite speak to me as much as upgrading like Inferno or Photon Cut, or even this other Ashen Strike. I think it's a skip. And so let's see. If we rest, it's a little bit overkill. Do I think we would take... I think 61 hit points is still totally fine. I have not been tracking my potion chance. Damn. Okay, let's go back. Bottled potential. So this made it go down to 30. This made it go up to 40. We must have just got this flex pot. Right. So it's down to 30. Okay. 30% potion chance. I'd like to not use a potion. And if we need to just like rest twice and upgrade twice, I guess that's fine. Yeah, I think we do that. Desicent Millipede was probably the one enemy we would have rather done it the other way around, just because we'd have loved to have upgraded Inferno. Okay. This is going to be a pain in the butt, this fight. So I think we shrug because we want to see if we can find Inferno to play before our offering. And we need all that block. Okay. Right, so they are hitting us for 9 plus 12 plus 7, 28. 28 total. Currently blocking for 20. Don't really want to second wind the Goopy defends. I'd rather just play them. And the Ashen Strike is here. So probably we'll play one of the defends, Infernal Blade and Ashen Strike. Infernal Blade gave us Twin Strike. Okay, have these Infernal Blades sort of sucked? All right, oh yeah. Let's consult the spreadsheet. Let's talk about what they do. Let's talk about what they do. I'm falling apart. Don't normally play this way, so apologies. All right, the Desicen Millipede got 3 segments. So let's look at the health. Always even number. Oh, their hit points always an even number. Segments have different max HP. Okay, so we have got one with 48, 52, 50. So it looks like we high rolled HP. You think Infernal Blades just do suck? Well, they've been a little meh. They've been a little meh. That's all right. Okay, so we've got Writhe. So this one's doing 6x2. We have one that does 7 and gains 2 strength, and one that does 9 and applies a weak. Starts with reattach. If other segments are still alive, revives after 2 turns with 25 HP. Right. All right, the first segment starts with a random move. The second one starts with the next move in the cycle. Writhe, Bulk, Constrict. So cycles through Writhe, Bulk. Cycles through Writhe, Constrict, Bulk. Okay. So when killed, spends 1 turn dead and then 1 turn reviving with 25 HP. After reviving, continues the regular attack cycle from a random starting move. Okay. Because the interesting thing about them being coordinated is that they're reliably applying 1 weak to you each turn. So if you can kill one, it can stop them from having one of them always make you weak for 1. Which seems worthwhile. But this fight's going to be a little bit of a struggle bus. Infernal Blades are powering the Ashen Strikes and they'll pull a Bludgeon soon. That's the spirit. Killing one of them also begins to break the cycle of them scaling as well. That's true, right? Because they're gaining strength. So, something to keep in mind. So unfortunately, this is just sort of a bad turn. I'm going to keep the defense in the deck because we are going to shuffle in this fight. So I'm going to play one of them, and then we're just going to attack, I guess, the back one. Because the order is always Writhe, Constrict, Bulk. Alright, so this guy's going to do the multi-attack next turn, because he's bulking up. So let's do our damage there. We do have the flex pot, but our potion chance is pretty low right now. Alright, so 6 plus 9 is enough to kill that one. That's kind of bad. I mean, it's good to kill it, but I'm going to do the Infernal Blade, because how bad could it be? Okay, that's fine. Alright, so we could Perfected Strike that back one, and then just play the 2 block cards. I think I like that fine. Alright, then we'll block for 18 plus 3. Yeah, that's more than enough. So we're still going to get weak this turn. That's fine. So we're going to get 1 turn off of weak this upcoming turn. And we are not able to kill this guy. We're just simply sad. Flex pot? We could flex pot. But I don't think we need to. We're gonna have two rests in a row with our miniature tent. Still not even gonna quite full heal us. Probably, at least by the end of this fight. I've stopped giving my estimates for the amount of damage I'm gonna take. Oh well. No, I think we get the Inferno in play. And I think we attack this guy. Since he's gonna do the big attack next turn. We just eat a bunch of damage. Right, so armaments is still really quite good here. It makes our attacks do extra damage. And it makes them do enough extra damage that actually we can kill these two, right? Because the upgraded armaments, or excuse me, the upgraded photon cut is enough to kill here. So what I think the line is going to be is, even though this guy's making us weak next turn, and that could pose a problem if we want to try to finish him, like with feet or something. I'm going to play the armaments. We're going to photon cut the back one and headbutt the front one. And let's put I guess a Goopy Defend on top. And here, let's put the other photon cut up there. Again, because I'd like to try to have a snack. So if we want to try to have a snack, then that means we photon cut. So we can shrug, then photon cut, but then do we have lethal? So we'd have 6 plus 12, we do. So we can shrug, then photon cut. Again, I'm looking for feed. No feed. Do I just end the fight? Feed is way too greedy here. Is that true? It might not be. I don't know that that's true. Right? Because at the start of the turn, we're going to do 6 damage to both. We've got pretty much a guaranteed kill on one. And almost guaranteed kill on both. I don't think so. I don't think it's that greedy. Yeah, we're taking little snippets of Inferno damage. That's fine. And then we get to have a snack. Not right now. But like in the future. That's all right. We just block here. We'll get it on the cycle through. We've got Goopy Defense to play too. And we're gonna rest twice. This is totally fine. See if we find it. Did not find it. So is it worth taking at least 8? But probably only 8. I think that's where we stop. Again, we're gonna rest twice. Yes, I think so. Photon cut does too much damage. So we can take 4, so 5 total. Okay, these hands are obnoxious. Why are they drawing just like this? Oh, no, we have lethal. We have lethal. All right, we got there. My bad. Okay. Sunken cost fallacy? No, no, no. It's the other way around. You have the sunken cost fallacy actually backwards because we increased our probability of drawing feed the second time because the draw pile was thinner. So it's actually like the other way around. And now our potion chance has gone down to 20%. Wow. And I don't think we want these. No world where we... I mean, Havoc can be cute with Headbutt. But I think there's too many, like, situations where we can't set it up and we Havoc something we don't want to Havoc. Bottled Potential's like... I don't know. Is it that... I don't think it's that good. I think I'd rather have the Colorless Pot than the Bottled Potential. And we skip. I don't think we want these. So now here we're going to rest. Right? So we rest for 26. And then we smith. And I think the cards we're looking to upgrade are Feed and Inferno. Now, previously, I was saying how we wanted to upgrade Inferno because of the important damage for Death Centimillipede. But we know we're not going to face Death Centimillipede anymore. So I'm actually going to upgrade the Feed. Photon Cut also good. But let's grade it out a little bit. Horn Cleat. You love to see it. At the start of your second turn, gain 14 block. Very nice. So now we're going to rest. See, that damage we took was totally worth. And then we're going to upgrade either the Photon Cut or Inferno, I think. Would there be any other candidates that would be worth upgrading? Possibly Bash? We need another source of vulnerable. Photon gets your vote. It's a good card. Yeah. I think it's a good choice. Yeah, we want to get through the deck faster. All right. And we're facing this infested prism. So currently, block in hand, we're looking at 9 plus 3, so 12, 12 plus 5 plus 4. So 12 plus 9, 21, so not so far off from full block. Danger Dorito, Danger Dorito. I might play the Infernal Blade and then Armaments it. Armaments what gets created. That's most likely going to be the correct thing over playing one of the strikes. I mean, we're going to play a strike anyway because we have the Vital Spark where we gain energy when we attack it. Body Slam. Pop. Okay. And our potion chance is really low. I'm going to avoid playing a potion if possible. We'll see how possible that is. Let's shrug, see what we draw. We're already basically full blocking. Wow. Hi, Ashen Strike. You're early. All right, so I'm going to play the Goopy Defend and then both Ashen Strikes, I guess. All right, Inferno Offering. I think we always do that. No world where we don't. This is big multi-attack. So is there anything we want to headbutt on top? And then draw with like Photon Cut or Pommel Strike? Maybe, but I might see if we can Photon Cut the I Am Invincible on top. So I probably still bash. Strong consideration for getting armaments in play, but nah, it's fine. So I'm gonna bash Photon Cut. See if we can get the I am invincible and or feed on top. Either one. I think that's the play. Excellent. So we're gonna block at least 10. So now we don't get to play the headbutt, notably. We'll be a bully. Oh, I guess I should have played the Infernal Blade before that if we were going to play it. And I guess we are. Nunchak was on 7. We're not really going to be able to feed next turn. Or are we? 55 plus 22 is 77. So he's dead. So we can play our Goopy Defend as well. Oh, that made that go up, right? Delicious. Now, unfortunately, that's going to put Nunchaku at a bad number. That's fine. We love snacks. We got ourselves a Chandelier. Okay. At the start of your third turn, gain 3 energy. Twin Strike, True Grit, Iron Wave Plus. Skip? Probably just skip. I'm still looking at that True Grit like, maybe. But I think I'd like to upgrade the Inferno before Act 3. So I guess we're going to do it at this campfire. It's still going to be good cumulative damage against the Insatiable. So, yeah, I don't know. I think we skip because I don't want to put an unupgraded True Grit in the deck. Powdered Demise? Honestly, the fight against the Insatiable is kind of long. We're okay with the Powdered Demise for that. So, Flex Pot or Colorless Pot? Maybe Flex Pot to try to set up feed. Ooh. The Infested Automaton. Obtain a random power or a random 0-cost card. Now, I think these options are both kind of weak for Ironclad. So, random 0-cost card. Let's get rid of the multiplayer cards. There's Offering. We love Offering. Still be pretty happy with the Battle Trance. Rage would be okay. Drum of Battle. Risky. Pact's End. Fine. Brand is good. Brand is very good. And Bloodletting is good. Pretty reasonable options, though. And even the whiffs, like Anger, Bully, Spite, and Primal Force are fine. What do you suppose a Giant Rock Plus is? 20. Okay. But if we look at just a random power, most of these are actually okay too. We would love a Feel No Pain. We would love a Dark Embrace. We'd take a Rupture. Most of these ones we don't really want. I think the random zero cost is probably overall a little bit better. Bloodletting. Okay. We like that. All right. So we're going to take some damage in this fight. I'd like to avoid using any potions. It's gonna be kind of a tough fight. It's gonna be a tough fight. So let's shrug and probably play the Infernal Blade. Grapple, worthless. So we're not gonna just not attack. I think especially right now, when the draw pile still is like full of all of our cards, I think we play the Bloodletting and probably 2 attacks, maybe even all 3. It's probably just all 3. So we'll gain some block this turn from our Horn Cleat. Can armaments our Inferno to do more damage. But we could also just Photon Cut and put the armaments on top for whatever we draw. I guess we at least see what we draw first. Headbutt is here. So we get to put 2 things on top together. He's not going to attack next turn. Oh, right. I forgot the spreadsheet. I should at least... So, I mean, I've got a bunch of their patterns memorized, but let's talk about it. So, Bee's Spear cycles through Bee's Spear, Pheromone Spit. After reaching 3 stacks of Personal Hive, switches to gaining 2 strength when using Pheromone Split. Yeah, so Pheromone Split, if less than 3 Personal Hive, gain 1 Personal Hive and 1 strength. So he's going to do Bee's Spear, and then there's like a turn off, right? So he's going to do, he does 3x8, then he's going to do his 20, and then he's going to take a rest. He's going to take a rest, and then he does his multi-attack, single attack, and then his rest or whatever. So next turn he's not attacking. That's the main thing behind what we're putting on top of the deck right now. So, I mean, I feel like I could maybe be convinced to put armaments on top, and then I might use the Headbutt to put the Photon Cut back on top. I think so. And we'll take just a little bit of damage here. Okay, we're looking for something we can play. Offering. That's one we can play. Ashen Strike is here, which is nearly lethal. Let's shrug and see what we draw. We've got so much energy. Okay, let's play the Infernal Blade, see what it becomes. Headbutt. Okay, so what we want to try to do here is get him down to where he's 1 turn away from death, or like 1 attack away from death. Yeah, I had no idea he could gain 2 strength. I can't imagine the fight going on that long. Yeah, same. So we're gonna put just any baby damage card on top. No, we don't even need to do that. There's literally no way we don't have lethal. We just want to also have feed. So Headbutt, what? Shrug, I guess. Or Photon Cut. We Headbutt, Photon Cut at the end. So we do 29, and then, let's see, we play these, 29. Okay, so we're gonna do this. And we're just gonna stop there. And we'll do 6 plus 3 at the start of our next turn. Did not draw our feed. But we at least got to play our Goopy Defense. Wow, our potion chance has to be damn near 0. We got another flex pot. Frozen Egg. Whenever you add a power into your deck, upgrade it. Cool. Spite, Twin Strike, and Fight Me. Has the deck progressed to a point where I can take the Fight Me on the grounds that it's good in the Act 3 boss gauntlet in at least 2 of the 3 possible enemies? And it's not terrible for fighting the Insatiable. I think it's okay. And would I rather have the Flex Pot or the Powder Demise? Probably the Powder Demise. And we're going to play it at the start of the fight against the Insatiable. So thinking about the Insatiable and what it do, what upgrade is best here? So Inferno is one we want to have upgraded before Act 4, ideally. But that said, upgrading Fight Me is very strong. Upgrading this Ashen Strike would be really nice. Honestly, even upgrading Bash, still fine. I'm gonna upgrade the Fight Me. Was Fight Me upgraded again? 4 strength plus damage, yeah. And this does 6 damage twice. Miniature cannon means it's from 5 to 6. It actually goes from 5 to 9 twice. So it goes from 10 to 18 damage against that target on that turn. So feels worth to me. All right. The Insatiable is here. Crack our knuckles. Be ready for a fight. Start with offering in hand. Interesting. This guy again. This guy again. We're gonna throw the Powder Demise on him now. This fight can go on a while. But, you know, thinking about his attack pattern, we've got pretty good relics for him. Right, so he's going to do his Liquefy Ground, and then he's going to do his, you know, alternating between Thrash and Lunging Bite and Salivate, whatever. So we're going to have Horn Cleat for next turn. And then we're going to have the Chandelier for the turn after that. Honestly, that's pretty great, right? So on the turns when he's doing the big attacks, we're either going to have block already provided to us or a bunch of energy. Pretty sweet. Now the Ashen Strike in our opening hand is not so good, but we've got Offering, and I think we just play the Offering. We just want to get through to find like our Fight Me and Inferno and stuff like that. Could, you know, debatably could not play the Offering, but, you know, we've got 23 cards in our draw pile. We've got a pretty big deck. We're looking at enough turns where, you know, he only gives us Sand Pit 4 and 3 Frantic Escapes into our draw. I guess we have enough draw that I was gonna say, like, could he technically make it so that we couldn't even find one? And I guess the answer is no because of our card draw. You know, one interesting option for not playing the Offering would be if we had maybe more than just a Headbutt to pull stuff from our discard. But we'll just still play it. Okay. So right now, how much energy do we have worth of things that we like really want to do? We really want to upgrade this Ashen Strike. we want to either upgrade the Infernal Blade or the card that it creates. And then the strike. So I think we play the Infernal Blade and the armaments. And then so that will be 5 energy. So upgrade whatever Infernal Blade created. Okay. We're gonna have 1 more energy still because of the Nunchaku. So technically could shrug. See if we get a better thing to play than a strike. Oh. Let's play the Infernal Blade, then the armaments. Let's upgrade that, because again, we're going to be able to play both Ashen Strikes. Oh, okay. Cute. So is it worth playing the Flex Pot? It's going to do 20 more damage, 20 damage. Probably not. Pretty good damage, though. Oh, I am Invincible's here. Okay. Alright. Alright, Fight Me is here. We're gonna have a bunch of energy next turn. Something to keep in mind. Because of our Chandelier. So I think the play might be, and he's going to do a single target attack next turn. I actually kind of am thinking about doing Fight Me, Bully, and then Headbutt the Fight Me. Not even playing the Frantic Escape. We'll have more opportunities. Okay, so let's bash. That'll be more damage than the Fight Me. Fight Me, Frantic Escape, defend. Goopy defend. Yeah, I pretty much have to play the Frantic Escape. Because we don't have that much damage in the draw pile. So we're very strong. And probably play the Bloodletting so we can play all this. Unless I just leave the Goopy defend. But I might not leave the Goopy defend. I think we don't leave the Goopy defend. Because we're going to end this pretty soon. Alright, so we're going to Photon Cut to put the feet on top. Unless we magically have lethal. We don't. But we're going to kill him next turn. So... yeah, I think we put the feet on top. And then we just play both Goopy defends. And we have 2 turns in case somehow this goes awry. Unless I want to play, like, the I Am Invincible now. But I guess we're going to heal for 75%, so we kind of don't have to. Is there any draw that exists where we're not able to play the feed? I don't think so. And is there any draw where it's not lethal? I also don't think so. Oh no. Hold on, is this awkward? If we armaments, then strike will go... so it went from 6 to 14 because of the 8 strength. So it'll go to... alright, let's get out the calculator. We're in a funny situation. And I realize you can't see it on screen now, I guess, but... so strike is doing 14. When it gets upgraded, it'll go up to 14 plus the 3. that it gains from the upgrade, but also the 3 from the cannon. So it'll go to 20, which means that if we want to kill it with a feed, then we need to do a flex pot because Ashen Strike is too much damage. And I think that's just the line. I think I'd rather play, I would exchange the flex pot for 4 max HP. I think that's true. Yeah, it's become a fruit juice. How much damage is feed? 23. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is just an exchange, right? So this has become this flex pot has become a fruit juice. You know, you flex and you stick a straw in your arm or something. Oh my goodness, offering feed cascade. I think we just take another offering. Self-cannibalism isn't good? Says you. Second feed? No. No, we pretty happily grab another offering though. Can't wait for Twitch integration to start working. I know, that'll be a really nice mod when that happens. Because I understand that, like, unless you're playing this game a bunch, you know, you're not gonna know all of the relics at a glance and stuff like that. It'll be nice. So I think it's just offering here. Okay. Self-cannibalism isn't good, depends on how you taste. That's true. Depends on how you taste. All right. You can never have too many weapons. Thanks, tanks. Meat Cleaver. You may cook at rest sites. Warhammer, when you kill an elite, upgrade 4 random cards. And Claws. Transform up to 6 cards into Maul. So now this Meat Cleaver. Yeah, exactly. Reforming one is basically already there. The Meat Cleaver. You may choose any number of options at rest sites. Just gives us an additional option at rest sites. It's got to be the Meat Cleaver. These strikes are terrible. We want them out of the deck. 10 plus cleavers like an auto pick. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'd be hard pressed to imagine a situation where that were not the case. And in fact, I'll go so far as to say it's so good that as I'm looking at this act, the only thing I'm thinking about is like, how many rest sites can we go to? It's just that good. And interestingly enough, we will have an opportunity to get rid of more than just the strikes. These defends are now good cards. The defends are good enough where we don't want to remove the defends. The goopiness has made them strong. So instead, right, so we'll move like 2 to strikes, we'll remove 2 strikes, and then it'll probably be like bully and headbutt? Maybe the very final one. Okay. Pommel maybe? Pommel maybe. Maybe pommel. Right, so there's 4 rest sites up through the middle. Boy, that's... I mean, certainly we remove the 4 strikes. If we can find a different source of vulnerable, we'd actually happily get rid of Bash. And yeah, probably pommel. Infernal Blades are kind of meh. Nah. They make the Ashen Strikes better, and the Ashen Strikes are like our finishers. So I don't think so. Yeah, Pommel Strike's pretty meh. Honestly, even the shrug. The shrugs are also a little bit meh. So yeah, the strikes. And yeah, so probably not the headbutt. We want to find a better, different source of vulnerable than the bash. Some of what we're going to choose is going to change based on what we find. So, all right, so we're going to be looking to go to this rest site, this rest site, this rest site, and then it has to be this rest site. You also do want a bit of deck bloat with the door design now. Sometimes. I think some characters do, some characters don't. Right? I don't know that this deck really does. But we will be drafting cards with the Doormaker and Test Subject in mind. So that's something to consider. Right, so connecting the dots. I think we probably want to still fight more elites. Though that one, I guess, depends on the state of the deck at the time. Optional. This fight is basically guaranteed. That one's guaranteed. And so I think we want to go shopping. So we'll go that way. He just ruins extremely small, finely tuned decks. Builds very quickly is all you mean? I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, what you said is true. You want a bit of bloat. You want a bit of bloat. We do not have a extremely small, finely tuned deck. We have, I don't know, we got a 29 card nice pile. It's a little bit small. But, you know, it's not the size of the deck. Yeah, I think this is like a given. This route is just a given. All right, so here, sadly, it might be Armaments, Bash, Infernal Blade. Don't get a player Ashen Strike. Okay. Caw. Yeah, the illusion of choice, right? 30 feels nice for door design now, IMO. Before we had this door design that was regular trying to get myself done. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The like current live version of the game is still kind of, yeah. Okay, do I play the Inferno? Actually, I'm not sure I do. Blackbird, hello, hello. Caw-caw! Kind of want to kill the Devoted Sculptor pretty quickly, right? We want to kill him on the first shuffle. I'm gonna play this Infernal Blade. Bludgeon? Okay, that's a lot of damage. Okay, so we play the Fight Me. We always play the Bludgeon. Nunchaku on 6. Alright, I think we're able to get away with playing 2 Goopy Defense here after the Bully. Oh, I forgot to look at what Devoted Sculptor does. To show it on the thing. Gotta show it on the thing! I'm already breaking my rules. Devoted Sculptor. Let's talk about what Devoted Sculptor does. It's a little late, but he's got his 9 ritual, and then he just attacks every turn. It's pretty what you see is what you get. He attacks for 15, and it increases by 9 every turn. That's it. Sometimes he increases it by 10 if you give him strength. All right, so 15 plus 28. That's lethal. Let's see if we can find... I guess there's no way to end up playing one of our goopy defends. So, I think we just eat him. We just schnack. And this looks like a skip to me. I said we wanted a different like source of vulnerable. This isn't it. That's not it. That's not what we're into. All right, Scrolls of Biting. Let's talk about how much this enemy sucks. Chomp, chew, and more teeth. So they go from after chew picks around. They go from chomp, more teeth to chew, but after chew picks randomly between chomp and more teeth. Weird. Okay. I almost don't care about what happens in the pattern after 4 turns, because if you haven't killed them in 4 turns, you've screwed up. Anyway, yeah. They just attack for either 16 or 12, gain 2 strength. And I suppose notably, after more teeth, they go to chew, so they do the multi-attack after gaining strength. So. Oops. There we go. So let's photon cut first, because with 11 plus 4 hit 15. I'll have these random tidbits of info for when the fight has clearly lasted too long and you've lost eons ago. Yeah, the Thunderclap is the worst vulnerable, and it's not even close. The only nice thing I'll say about Thunderclap is with the new... oh, what's that card called? Can I search like this? With Vicious, it draws a lot of cards in an AoE fight. That's not a reason to pick it. Okay, so... We're gonna photon cut, and we're gonna do it on the, let's see, so this will do 16. The headbutt, when we upgrade it, goes to 15 because of our miniature cannon. So 16 plus 15 is exactly lethal on this guy. So let's see what this draws first. Okay. Would we have lethal? Would bash? Let's see. So if we did armaments, let's take a moment. So if we upgrade the cards, right? And we do, so we've got Nunchaku, right? So we actually have 3 energy to spend. That's why I'm looking at it this way. So headbutt will be lethal here. And bash bully on this guy. So bash will go to, let's pull out the calculator. Right, bash will go to 10, so actually it'll do 13, again, because of our cannon. And then bully will do, like, actually a lot. Bully will go to 14 plus 9. Bully will be... So yeah, the amount of damage from bully will be 4 plus, whoa. 4 plus 9 plus 3. So 16 times 1.5. So it'll do 24. So 24 plus 13. That's enough. So that means we can put a strike on top. We actually have lethal against both of these enemies. Oh no, I did it wrong. I'm 1 energy short. I'm stupid. I'm an idiot sandwich. That's still okay. We can still play the armaments and shrug and full block this guy's attack. Oh, I guess I should have done this later. Nope, I am an idiot. Nope. So now we're gonna draw one of these to no benefit. I mean, I guess that's fine, but disappointing. So let's do more damage to this guy. So let's play a Goopy Defend, and then just to fight me. We're looking to feed anyway. And let's give this guy strength. Because we're full blocking this time, he's going to do a single target attack. No, I guess that's true. He doesn't have to do that. The thing literally says that. So I'm going to Inferno Offering. And we're just going to play our Goopy Defense because we're looking for feed. Oh. We found feed. We ate paper. Okay. Breakthrough, expect to fight Molten Fist. Molten Fist. Molten no thanks. Expect to fight. Expect we don't. And Breakthrough, it's like fine. But we don't need that. Alright, Breakthrough isn't terrible with an Inferno, but it's not good enough. Oh! I think we just pick a fight here. So we could obtain the Royal Poison, heal to full HP, but why? Let's pick a fight. This guy doesn't look like a champion to me. Looks like a nerd. Stone Cracker. At the start of each combat, upgrade 2 random cards in your draw pile for the rest of the combat. We like that. That's good. All right, so we are here at a shop. We're here to do some shopping. And boy, I feel like doing a Royal Stamp on an Offering Plus looks really good, right? This is going to be our final shop, most likely, right? We could hit one in a question mark, but easy choice. I think so. I think so. I feel like we still need to find something. I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, seems pretty straightforward. Royal Stamp and Offerings sure feels pretty straightforward. Not a single card remove. Not a single card remove. Wow. But why would we? Right, we're gonna do some cooking. Let them cook, you know. Nostalgia's kind of cute, but pretty terrible into the door fight. And that's all our money, so we leave. Oh yeah, and I think our potion chance is 30%. Not that our path isn't basically set in stone. Nope, went up to 50. Didn't I get the, where did I get the, where did I get this dexterity potion? Oh yeah, that was from, no, it's usually up to 60. That was from the Insatiable. So we have a pretty high potion chance right now. We do want to track our potion chance because we'd like to make sure we're entering these fights with all our potions. Okay. So we open with an offering. And let's do... My discard pile is empty, right? Let's play the Infernal Blade. Mangle? Okay. We have way more block than we need. Mangle, that's a nice card. Not right now, not for this fight, in this moment, but... So I'm thinking our whole plan here is going to be to try to get around the horn to circle back around to feed. So... Let's shrug, see what we draw. Offering, second offering here, boy. Well... I don't think I'm going to even bother playing the Inferno. Let's do our Goopy Defend, and let's draw these 3 cards. Second Wind is here too, so that's something to, you know, acknowledge. So pretty much only want or need to play the Ashen Strike. I don't think there's anything we care about headbutting, really. Oh, the spreadsheet. Let's talk about what this guy does. Globe Head. Actually, this is worthwhile because the Globe Head, I don't have his attack pattern memorized. Like, I don't actually know for sure what he does. Like, I know his main shtick, but I do not know his pattern. Okay. So he cycles through Shocking Slap, Thunder Strike, and Galvanic Burst. So next turn he's gonna do a bigger attack, 7x3. Okay, so that's actually a pretty big attack, especially if we're frail next turn. So maybe I do care about headbutting, like a shrug is totally reasonable. We could headbutt a shrug on top. He is gonna attack pretty big. So then we'll play the second wind. We don't really care about the Inferno. Ah. And we mostly just want to draw cards. So let's see what Infernal Blade creates. Conflagration. Okay, it's kind of whatever. We'll play it. Alright, let's Photon Cut the I am invincible on top. Nope. Play the Defend. Let's get a little bit more damage on him. We don't need to play, need or want to play the Fight Me. Charge up on Nunchaku a tiny bit. And if we mangle him, we are going to kill him next turn with a Mercury Hourglass. We are going to be going to 2 rest sites, so we take damage here. We don't care. Hit me, nerd. Hit me with all you got. Ow. Because we're here for a snack. Block potion. Okay, so potion chance has gone down to 50. And we have a Inferno Plus. I think that's probably still good enough damage to add to the deck. That's right. Hit me with your best shot, and fire away. It's a good song. Yeah, I think this is still worth adding to the deck. All right, so first things first, we're cooking. And what are we cooking? 2 strikes. I don't really understand exactly the mechanics of cooking and card remove and how those are related. But whatever. If anyone has an explanation that makes sense, lore-wise, I'd be willing to hear it. You ate the swords? Oh god. I guess that's as good an explanation as any. And what's the upgrade here? I guess this Ashen Strike is pretty important. It's probably the Ashen Strike. Let him cook, let him cook. Akabeko? Okay. Remove 2 more strikes. And now what do we upgrade? I kind of wonder if it's Bash. We have not found another source of... I'm going to wait on the Bash. We're going to see if we get one more opportunity for a source of vulnerable. So I'm going to upgrade the offering, probably. You found out today Act 3 is a lot easier if you bring a flat cannon. Can be. Even Inferno is not a terrible upgrade. The other Inferno here. Right, because one thing we could sort of calculate out is like how much damage per shuffle. Or like how many damage like per round or things like that. The extra card draw from offering I think is less relevant than the energy. Especially going into the Doormaker. I kind of feel like the Inferno upgrade might be a little bit more important. But I think offering is also reasonable. All right, the Lost and the Forgotten. I don't actually 100% know these guys either. Except that the front one steals your strength and the back one steals your dex and gains damage based on the dex. Okay, so they just alternate between sucking you of your stats and then doing their attacks. Eye lasers are a 5x2, obviously with the strength. And the back one's just 15 plus the dex. So the front one just like scales faster damage-wise. Okay. Sure. As long as I get a snack, I'm happy. So let's try to draw into some more of our stuff. We've got lots of energy available, so let's at least shrug first. Here's an Infernal Blade. Do I want to bash then Pommel Strike? I guess so. I think we want to hit that guy. Ooh. Fight me. I think I Photon cut the Ashen Strike on top and then just play the defend. Just kidding, we're gonna play this offering. Feed is here already. Well, so that's 25, 22. However, if I do fight me, let's see, 13 twice, that'll be 26. So then I'll have to Ashen Strike like back there or something. Or this will be 25, 22. It's 47, we're already lethal. We can do fight me there. Maybe I don't have to do the fight me, I just do the defends. Probably just do that. So we're just playing the goopy defends while we cycle through the deck. So we can I am invincible, then headbutt the I am invincible? Wow. I'm invincible. And do I even bother playing the Inferno? I mean, I guess I do. Let's put an Ashen Strike on top. because it does a lot of damage. Okay. Dex pot over block potion. I mean, probably. Like, I'd be happy to start the Doormaker and Test Subject fight each with a Dex pot. Honestly, I'm pretty okay with that. Tremble is here. All right, we like Tremble. This is like better than Bash. This is better than Bash. It's quite a bit better than Bash, in fact. Okay. So we're going to remove 2 cards, and now we start getting to interesting decisions. Keeping in mind we've got the Doormaker. So, like, keeping in mind we got the Doormaker. Bully gotta go, Bully gotta go. Bully definitely gotta go. Probably just Bully and Pommel Strike. Infernal Blade? We don't have an Infernal... Oh, one of these? No. No, the Infernal Blades make our Ashen Strikes go higher damage. Like, I don't think we get rid of these. Like, I don't think so. Yeah, one of the Shrugs is a maybe, but I think given that the defense will fall off with Goopy, I think I'd rather keep some of those around, because then we have, like, literally no block cards, other than the I Am Invincible. So I think it's a Pommel Strike. I think it's Bully and Pommel Strike. And then here, let's upgrade, and boy, is that insane? Because I don't actually 100% know what I'm going to get rid of at the next campfire. I guess Second Wind isn't that good against the boss gauntlet coming up. The only real utility of Second Wind is second phase of the Test Subject. Wow, card removing a Second Wind? I don't think I've ever thought of doing that in my life. Yeah, I mean, the deck just never needs to play it. I should probably really think long and hard about the sort of mental heuristic I have for Second Wind, because it's a lot worse than I think I consider it to be. Like, this is a situation where it's pretty weak. I'm happy I took it when I did, because it was useful in Act 1 to help against, like, the fish boss, and, you know, it's not been useless. And also, like, powering up the Ashen Strikes. Anyway. Could almost upgrade the I Am Invincible. Maybe I upgrade the Bash, and then at the next campfire... Honestly, I think I'm going to upgrade the Bash, and at the next campfire I'm going to get rid of a Second Wind. And a Shrug. Is that insane? That's insane. This deck is trim. It's a little too trim. So much HP, so much HP. Don't worry, we'll lose some. Frogs are tough. Okay, we found all of our Goopy defense. Okay. All the Goopy defense are played. One of our mini games is complete. Now we just gotta have a snack. This is a funny hand. What are his patterns? Oh, what are his patterns? Oh my goodness. What are his patterns? I actually don't know this one either. Okay. He starts with his 15 plating. Cycles through Tongue Lash, Strike Down Evil, and For the Queen. After For the Queen, if below half HP and Beetle Charge has not been used, then uses Beetle Charge before starting the cycle over. Alright, so we did his Tongue Lash, and now he's doing Strike Down Evil. So we don't want to put him at half health if we don't want to get charged for 40. I guess we don't. I might not play the Infernos here. I might do Armaments, Tremble, Ashen Strike. No wonder his pattern felt so random to me. I was just thinking that. Honestly, I was having that same realization. I was like, what is this below half health thing? So he's going to do it to us, but we've got feed in our hand, and maybe we can have a snack. I don't think we got there. Did not. So he's gonna hit us for 40. I guess that's kind of a lot. Actually, it's 45 because he gains the 5 strength. Oh, do I just play the feed and maybe we kill him? Yeah. Surely we get some draw next turn. Well, let's kind of look. All right, so we'll have the headbutt. Nah, there's a lot of whiffs here. At least you get a headbutt the feed? No, we don't, because we're gonna shuffle. No, because all this is gonna go to the discard, shuffle and draw. So no, we do not get to headbutt the feed. Yeah. I'm actually gonna play the feed. Because I think we want to kill him because he's gonna hit real big. Right, and I'm glad I did. Battle Trance Armaments Headbutt. We take a Battle Trance. It can be a little bit meh going into the Doormaker. Like a little bit. A little bit. But I think it's still worth adding. Second Headbutt is also kind of interesting. This I Am Invincible is pretty sweet. How does I Am Invincible work on the Door Maker? So I don't actually know the answer to this. Yeah, so it's on the end of your turn, but I suppose you still have the... So basically I'm just thinking like, we don't want to headbutt I Am Invincible onto the top of our draw pile at the end of the turn when we're exhausting cards, because it still plays during that turn. Okay. I think I already know the answer, but I had to talk myself through it. Battle Trance. It's just Battle Trance. It's a good card. I don't know. I kind of like Headbutt though. Headbutt is really, really nice with being able to ensure we're cycling through and using our Ashen Strikes when we need to use them. But that's Battle Trance. Soul Nexus. This guy's such a weird enemy. Like, he's just like, let's look at his pattern, because I actually kind of don't know it, because all I know is like hit big. Yeah, let's look at his pattern. All right. Starts with Soulburn, then picks randomly between Soulburn, Maelstrom, and Drain Life, all options equally likely, cannot use the same move twice in a row. Okay. That's relieving, because in my mind I'm like, I should know when he's doing his big multi-attack, right? I never know. I never know. I think you know this all and just like showing, no, not this one. So the Act 1 enemies, like those ones it was a little bit like for posterity, like those I've more or less committed to memory. Maybe not the like late act hallway fights. I guess I probably know what they do. I think like the Constrictor just always alternates between constricting and his attack and things, but some of them I'm a little iffy on. Anyway, the Act 3, I don't. Anyway, so he's gonna do these. And randomly? I guess just randomly. Yeah, exactly. I had no idea this guy was genuinely just random. Same. Okay. Well, now we know. So let's see. What's the play here? I want to get the I am invincible on top, I guess. So between the I am invincible and this defend, whew, what a tasty defend. We're going to be able to full block, so I guess we don't need to headbutt that back on top. I want to do the fight me. I want to bloodletting. I want to Infernal Blade. Let's Infernal Blade and see what we draw. Molten Fist. I see. May as well get the Vigor attack in. And we'll defend. And we'll headbutt the something? Or should I just second wind to make the Ashen Strikes bigger? That's not totally unreasonable, is it? Because headbutt also gives me an energy that I kind of don't want at the moment. Okay, let's see what Battle Trance draws. Alright, so we can Photon Cut something on top. It's a pretty big Ashen Strike. So if this does 67, this one will do even more. Because this one will too, because I'm going to play both defends. So I'm just going to play 2 defends, the Ashen Strike. Then next turn we'll just Ashen Strike and feed. And we are actually all, I can play all 3 defends. Da-ga-da-da. Oh, that's way too much damage. Holy buckets. Ashen Strike, calm down. And I think I played all my goopy defense, right? Yeah. So we just feed. We just have ourselves a tasty snack. Ornamental Fan. All right. Yeah, I like Ornamental Fan here. I think there's turns where we play 3 attacks for sure. Molten Fist. 1 Molten Fist I think is actually pretty good for the deck, isn't it? We like 1 Molten Fist. 6-7. Yeah, I think we like a Molten Fist. So now we're cooking. And what do we cook? What do we cook? Yeah, so Second Noon is one of them. And I think it's the Shrug instead of the Infernal Blade. But maybe it is just the Infernal Blade. I don't know. Get it for Shrug. Yeah, I think it's the Shrug. I think it's the Shrug. And what do we want to upgrade here? Molten Fist? Nah. I think we upgrade... Maybe I'm Invincible. We're able to play this like a few times pretty reliably. With both the headbutt and the photon cut. Yeah, I like the I'm Invincible. All right. Door. I'm probably going to end up playing one Dexterity Potion in this fight. And then probably one for the test subject. That feels correct. So I'm not sure if I want to play this offering now. I think I don't. I think I just play the Inferno and pass the turn. Not even trance? We can play the trance. Yeah, into fight me. I hate this dude. He's just so punishing. Yeah. He's hard to build for. The one thing I don't like about this, so the Doormaker that everybody hated, I actually liked more than this one because the other Doormaker I felt like gave me a lot of agency over like deck building decisions, especially in Act 3 when I knew I was going to face the Doormaker, and it made me think of like making a deck that doesn't just rely on a single card as the linchpin that holds the whole stack of cards together. I think it's actually really cool design. And I think punishing card draw generically is easy to understand and I think pretty good. The problem I have with this particular door design is that there's like sort of a correlated RNG to how you shuffle your deck initially, where like, since, you know, if you get a bad shuffle and things are kind of like into the like chunks of like certain things, it like screws you extra because you can't just card draw your way out of having too much card draw in one particular section of your deck during a shuffle, if that makes sense. So there's like a correlated RNG aspect to why I don't like this redesign, and I really liked the one that everybody hated. So I don't know. I'm not just being a hipster. Like the one everyone hated I thought was really cool design and I really liked it. Anyway. So the problem here is that we've got all our goopy defense, and those are the cards we actually want to play in the next round of combat. Or like the next turn. So I'm really considering using the offering now, because I feel like our next two draws are actually like really bad, or like next two turns. Because of all our gases here. Which maybe is kind of fine. I do want to play the fight me. But our chance of drawing it just in like one offering is pretty low. And even if we only play off Fight Me once and then it exhausts, like that's actually okay. This guy's like the fish on Kraken. Yeah, exactly. Like I actually don't like this design that much. It's also like a little bit, like the onboarding for this fight is bad. Like it's sort of confusing, honestly. It's not elegant, right? Like Time Eater is elegant. The Queen is elegant. This guy, it just feels like a mess. No, I'm gonna play this offering. Oh, I thought about it so long I forgot about the fact that I'd played the, oh my God. I thought about it for too long and forgot about the other cards that I'd played. Okay. I'm okay with Fight Me exhausting. I think if we play Fight Me one time in this fight, that is actually okay. Because the Ashen Strikes don't really, like, we're gonna use those as like our primary attack, basically. Obviously not this round. So I'm gonna do the armaments so we can play the Infernal Blade, and we may play what it creates. It's kind of insane. You have almost 1/3. Yeah. Ooh. Do we leave this Body Slam around? Nah, probably not. So what do we want to put on top of the draw pile for next turn? Right, we actually get to put 2 cards on top. I might make it the Tremble and Molten Fist. We take like an absolute monster. This is why this hand is why I hate this fight, is like there's no way to fix this. Right? We just take 36. Like we were only able to do this because of feed. Of course, we would have shuffled at a different spot if we had not played the offering. But let's not talk about that. Because we are able to play both the Tremble and the Molten Fist. Oh, what am I doing? Nope. I guess Bloodletting we can play at the end. That's actually totally fine. So Tremble, Infernal Blade, Bloodletting, Bash. Bloodletting, Bash, Sword Boomerang. Or do I want to play the Defend? Oh, I suppose we'll only be able to play the Defend. Okay. So let's Offering. Ashen Strike's coming up. That's good. We've got 10 cards exhausted. So, yeah, the damage will be good. We'll actually kill him next turn, potentially. So I guess we can go ahead and just shrug here. Because if we draw one, we can play it. Yeah, that's fine. Because we have pretty much enough to kill. So I'm actually going to Photon Cut the I Am Invincible on top. And we're going to play like all our cards. And the idea here is we've got 2 Ashen Strikes we're going to play next turn. And then they're just dead. Cool. Good talk, buddy. A casual 132 damage attack. Ashen Strike. Good card. Okay. So now we're facing test subject number C. Oh, if anything, I should be highlighting. Let's go to the spreadsheet. What am I doing? I was just talking about how the onboarding for the fight against the Doormaker was confusing, and I didn't even look at the spreadsheet. I didn't even look at the spreadsheet. This is unbelievable. I can't believe this. Well, the door. He does some stuff. It's done now. Let's go to the test subject. All right. So this guy's actually pretty straightforward. He has 3 phases. Each phase gains an additional chunk of hit points. Basically, it's like 100 something, 200 something, 300 something. And literally, all he does in the first stage is like big attack, little attack with vulnerable, big attack, little attack with vulnerable. That's it. Notably, he gains strength when you play a skill. It's a thing. The next one, the next phase, Multi-Claw, he just like, you need to kill him real fast. This one is like genuine, real damage race, damage scaling. Like the Multi-Claw really matters. Like you really do want to kill the second phase very fast because the number of times he Multi-Claws goes up 1 every round. And like getting hit for 33, okay, you can manage that. 55, you know, that gets a little harder. And then the third phase is at least a little bit interesting. Does a multi-attack, then a big attack, and then shuffles stuff into your, no, let's talk about this. Yeah, starts with Nemesis, which gives 1 intangible. At the end of every other turn gains an intangible, yeah. Lacerate, Big Pounce, Burning Growl. Yeah, but then he gains intangible every other turn. So there's a little bit of an offset between like intangible and his intent, but yeah. Anyway, that's that guy. Let's fight. All right, so we're gonna use the deck spot. So let's Inferno an Offering. We will not play the Battle Trance until we're sure we're done drawing cards. These are skills, but they're gonna make our Ashen Strike bigger. There's a reasonable chance of having lethal here. And we can eat him. All right, so in hand right now, 23 plus 21 plus 24. 68. We have 68 damage. And this can make it go up by 4. So that'd be 72. Let's Photon Cut and see what we get. An Inferno and a Bloodletting. All right, excellent. Very good. So we're gonna be able to kill. So let's put the Goopy Defend on top for next turn. Oh, those numbers I was looking at were from Akabeko. I think we can still get them. Okay. Whoops. But I think we still got it actually. All right, so Tremble, and then Pillage and Rampage. So that'll be 9, and this will be 13. And Ashen Strike will go up to 25 because the vulnerable will have exhausted. And 25 plus 12 is in total 59. Nice. So we're not going to be able to play the Fight Me, unfortunately. And also my Goopy Defend is there, but we've got what looks like it should be a good draw, most likely against the start of the second phase. I guess it's fine. Making him vulnerable seems pretty good to me. These Goopy Defends are blocking for a bajillion. You love to see it. So we just bash and do the weaker of the Goopy Defends. Yeah. Offering? Why are you there? Damn. Gonna take a bunch of damage. I don't want to. Maybe not a bunch. Maybe not any, actually. But it's the principle of the thing. I wonder if I should keep the Molten Fist around for phase 3. Damaged in spirit, damaged in spirit. I wonder if I headbutt the Fight Me on top. We got the Offering. We have a relatively thin deck. We may not be able to play it, but we'll see. We'll at least Offering here. Now let's go ahead and Battle Trance. So we have like 6 energy worth of attacks to spend. And we'd like to headbutt a defense of some form on top. Okay. So 13 damage twice. We did not find our Ashen Strikes. Unfortunate. So 22, so all right, so let's see. 26 plus, this will actually be, let's see, 19 plus 9, 54. Probably will end up having to, let's see, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Five, 6. I guess we don't play the armaments. It's a little bit of a feels bad. Okay, so we can armaments. Kind of want to play the headbutt though. That's like the important one. So I'm gonna shrug to put the shrug on top. Or maybe, no. Yeah, I think we put the shrug on top. Either that or a battle trance. That's the thing I'm debating. Maybe a battle trance is better. It probably isn't. Let's put a shrug on top. So I'm gonna play a shrug, then a headbutt, then a feed. Nom, 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 nom. Tasty. Boy. Yeah, I guess we just photon cut the I'm invincible on top. And we bloodletting to play the bash. For sure. Okay. Pillage. Any non-attack cards we find, I guess we're happy to find. We need to make sure we do the photon cut on the I am invincible at the end. And then we'd like to play an Ashen Strike. But I suppose, you know, we can't risk him being intangible next turn. Man! Okay, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. So I guess it's defend and then photon cut the I'm invincible on top. And next turn, I don't know, it's not my favorite. Maybe better to put the battle trance on top. I guess not. Yeah, just photon cut, draw those. Hey now. No, I mean we need to block. So this really sucks. But I think I need to play the Ashen Strikes now before we shrug, because I want to put them in the draw pile. And we need to draw this turn. Alright, so we're gonna play the shrug. It'll get Nchaka to a fun number. Yeah, we don't want to draw him yet. So in fact, I'm going to play the photon cut. Put the battle trance on top. It's a huge attack. So the line is probably battle trance, and then we Ashen Strike, headbutt the I'm invincible on top. It's probably pretty much just gotta be. I don't think there's any other line I would want to do. I cannot believe this. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm tilted. I'm mad at this fight. I mean, that's stupid. That's stupid. I don't think there was a way of doing that fight differently. Like, actually. Ashen Strikes just on the intangible turns. It doesn't matter what we put on top, right? Surprise Lizard Tail. This is so tilting. I'm deeply upset by this. It's really dumb. Yeah. We'll at least gain the block from the Ornamental Fan, and then we'll die. Yeah, I don't think that was would having both deck spots for the second boss be away? I mean, sure, but you could say the same thing if we happen to get a terrible shuffle during the Doormaker, right? You hate to see it, yeah. I mean, I actually don't know. I don't think execution-wise I can point to anything that I feel like I made a mistake on. I don't think that's true. I mean, gassed out on defense, but like the thing is happening to draw both of the Ashen Strikes during the 2 intangible turns. Except that first turn. Well, that was in the Doormaker. Right. But I mean, still, like the HP left over from the first fight resulted in our HP amount at this fight. So you could say that like this, the mistake made during the Doormaker fight could have cost us the fight here, which is true, right? Where I just talked too long and forgot that I'd played Battle Trance. Oh. Yeah, just happened to draw the Ashen Strikes on the turns when he's intangible. What you gonna do? Both of them. Like they were stuck together. There was another option in one of the floors leading up to this where I could have gotten a second headbutt. And I even talked about maybe doing it. But I don't know that it's a thing I would have done. Fun little pile of cards, though. That's very tilting. That's very disappointing. I don't know. Previous turn was Headbutt, Bloodletting into Bash Adrenaline, Ashen Lethal. On the previous turn. Which one would you be talking about? I guess I'm not sure. The one where I played the 2 Ashen Strikes? Was there an ability for me to headbutt the Bloodletting on top? Was there a way for me to do that and draw it? On that turn, was there... I don't remember. Like, did I have the Proton Cut or whatever? Oh, no, I had, no, I headbutted, what did I headbutt on top? Yeah, I don't remember that turn exactly. I remember playing the Battle Trance to draw exactly the cards, and I saved the headbutt for the... Yeah, I wonder. Did I have lethal? Actually, might have. I'm gonna go back and look at that. Because I think it's good to acknowledge those mistakes. I I'd have to look at I don't remember exactly the situation. But you're right. They may have had lethal. If I'd grabbed bloodletting, but then did I maybe didn't have a guarantee of the bash. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look. I'd have to go back and look. Let's see. You know, I might call it there. I might call it there. I think one of these slow runs is it's enough. One of these slow runs is enough for me. They're exhausting. So, I'm gonna call it there. All right, I'm gonna send you guys over to an old expert at the OG Spire from way back in the day. From way back in the day. Very strong player. Send you over to Terrence. But that's where I am going to... Oops. Did I spell it wrong? Do I not know how to spell it? I don't. Okay, there we go. All right, that's what I'm gonna call it. And I'll be back tomorrow to do the same thing, but with the silent. And so, to all of you, wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. Ta-ta.